Yeah, Discord. Yeah.
So does this mean that you guys can hear? Can you guys be heard? Since I can hear you, can
No.
they hear you?
No.
We do not know that answer to
Oh,
that.
that's a good question. Okay.
Because it might be broadcasting live, maybe. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Where is this? Where is Twitch? No, is that Twitch? Hold on. Pixel. Does it show that we're? Oh, I see people a lot live, so I'm assuming that we're up there.
Yeah, you're live. I'm just in a commercial right now.
Yeah, I just got out of my commercial. There we go. Hit the sword.
Yeah, and I can hear Mike through the stream, so.
Haha. Good to know.
So
All right, so that's okay. We are there.
Yeah.
I have
We're
that.
just much quieter than you.
Oh, there we go.
yeah.
Okay, so
Not too much.
restream is happening. We have 3 of 3 up.
Ooh, look at that
Ooh.
Odyssey.
There we go.
That's what you need, Henry. Is just one of those big old monitors right there. That Odyssey wraparound desk thing.
Hang on.
Okay.
All right. So should we go to class stream?
You're good on YouTube.
Awesome sauce. So we are up, running, and going. Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing tonight? Sorry, just always have to... I never know if I'm actually live and on something anymore. So today I'm going to work on another piece for 1000. And yeah, we're just going to futz around on this, and I'll take Q&A. And yeah. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Okay.
From Western Australia.
Oops. Little res. See, I get all button happy, and I wind up in that 40 million poly range. We don't need that. All right. Lower res down to the. There we go. Let's just kind of block this sucker up. Whoa, that is not clay tubes, is it? Hey, 90, how we doing? Spark face, hello? It is, well, early evening here. What is it, 8 p.m.?
Yep.
Oh, are you West Coast too, Henry?
Yeah, I'm in California.
Oh, okay.
So how is everyone this week? Anything exciting and new in your lives? Is everyone staying safe? Wearing your masks? Being good citizens? All right. I don't see anyone from Facebook commenting yet. You said we were good on Facebook, though?
I didn't check that. I was forgetting about that one. Let me check it out.
Cool.
Yeah, Thomas, you might start a trend with the other casters having people talk with them.
Right.
I think Ashley was digging the fact that you had you had me and Henry in here.
What's nice, because it can keep, because that
Right.
way I don't have to pay a whole lot of attention to the stream. Someone can bring it up when something's going on, you know.
Yeah, I think she saw that strength, and it helps pass the time for you. And
Yeah, no, it's helpful. It is definitely helpful.
You're good on Facebook.
Cool. Let's get back of the head in here. I'm gonna block this up in symmetry so we move quicker. Wow, that's 2 dramatic issues. I can only imagine having a child that starts talking is a monumental moment. I can't imagine. I'm not really a let's go have a kid person. Well, one, I think it would be very hard to find anyone who was willing to have a kid with me, first of all. It'd be like, oh, hell no. Sculptober.
I didn't know about this.
What is that through or on? Is Sculptober a ArtStation thing, or is it a Facebook thing? I've heard it before. I've just never. I'm usually working. I don't have time to participate in cool little challenges and such. Very good, Jeff. So Sparky, who does Sculptober? Is that it is true.
Someone wants to know, what are you making exactly?
So there's an artist called 1000 or 10hun, and he does a lot of murals and stuff in the Bay or in Seattle. He has a shop in Seattle, and I used to live above him, and I've done a number of sculpts of his pieces, and we're still trying to figure out or try to find a toy manufacturer to manufacture them, and he wants to make some of these into toys. And so I haven't talked to him in a while. COVID slowed everything down, obviously. But I know that he texted me a few weeks ago about it. And so this is one of my favorite, one of his little guys, Shark Boy. He's pretty cool. Hold on, let's see. Boop, boop.
Sparky says he believes Polygon started the Sculptober. And you are...
Oh, sure. Yeah. So, see, that's Shark Boy. Now I did this Scooter, Savage Scooter, and The Alchemist. Hold on, let's go to Instagram. Oh, yeah. There's Maya. That's not what we're looking for, though. Boop-de-doop. Let's see, what do we got? So that's the illustration of the Alchemist. And then that's my model. And then Savage Scooter. Well, this is Savage Scooter in the alcohol tank. There's Savage Scooter in the curing oven. There's Savage Scooter. That's the print. Now that's my model, hand painted, and then that's his illustration. His illustration, my model, and then the print of it. So, yeah, we're getting along. So, I didn't know what I wanted to do tonight, so I figured I'll do Shark Boy and see what happens here. but I figured it's non-symmetrical, but then I kind of changed my mind and started making it symmetrical so it'll block out quicker. Okay, hold on. Preferences, quick save. We're gonna kick these up to here because let's face it, I don't really need to quick save a ton of stuff. Some of these models are huge and they're just gonna suck up my drive right now.
Someone's asking, are you using a graphics tablet to create this?
I am using a Wacom Cintiq Pro 24 inch. Is that what this is? With the Cintiq Pro engine. So the computer is actually, see, this is the computer. It's in the back of the Cintiq. And yeah, that's the Cintiq. So it's a good size. I like the bigger one better, but it's heavy. See, that's my laptop case. I have to look and see if I'm centered again. Oh, hi, Thord. That's not what I was trying to. No, that's what I'm doing. Okay, that's okay. They make one bigger that I actually like more. The more space I could get, the better off I am. People are like, you never need a 34 inch or 32 inch or whatever. I'm like, you're crazy. I need a 40 inch if I can get one.
That's what I tell everybody too. Graphics wise, you want all the real estate you can.
Yeah, people are like, oh, I'd never use it. It's like, yes, you will. Don't even kid yourself. You're going to cry when you don't have it, when you need it. Now, this is my travel rig, so they don't make a Pelican case big enough for the 36 or the 32 or whatever the hell it is. Well, they might. I just don't know what it is.
It's called a moving van.
Right, exactly. So I decided I would futz around with this tonight instead of jewelry stuff. I just am feeling underwhelmed. I've been making videos and trying to change momentum and stuff. I'm just like, where? So oh no.
Bugmino was asking, is that a spotlight image there?
Nope. So if you go into your floor and you turn floor on, let's come here. See the grid? I've set this grid to 60 millimeters. And so if you come over here into the draw platform or draw palette, see how grid size is 60, tiles are 60. If you make them the same, that means that it's a millimeter grid. And so I've made a 120 millimeter grid, because if it's 60, it's double because it goes from the center. And so in the draw palette, you can go front, back and see map 1, map 2. You can do up, down, left, right. And so I can get, if I have all the images from the different directions, I can set it up where I get them projected on all of the directions, right? And that way you can do all of your projections, and then you just import an image. Go to draw. Map 2 will be running guy. So as you can see, let's go to this one. You can see the front here is this, but then the back, nope, I did it on a different subtool, so nope, it's there. I hate it when things don't work. That's something we might need to tell them about. Draw. Okay, well, let's do left and right and just see if we're having a problem here. Left, right, map 1. They're turned on here. Why are my other views not showing up? Is it the image? Import. Okay. Maybe it was just the image. So you can see that's there and that's there, but we can come in here, draw map 2. Let's import something else. See how that's weird? I don't know why that's not working. That's weird.
What's going on right now? Every time you turn it, it's just that is forward projecting. So whatever you're in, is that what's happening there for us?
See, this is from the left, right? You can see that's the other image from here. But see, it's only doing one image left and right. You should be able to get separate images left and right.
Okay.
And you should be able to get a different image front and back. But it's not doing it. So I'm wondering if I have something set oddly, or if this is something that's a glitch in 2021. I'll have to ask about that because that is strange.
And that's set up so every time, like if you have something, you have a top, a side.
Yeah, like let's say you have a car or something like that, right? You know, the rear view is different than the front view.
Right.
And like this, if we had an illustration of the back, right? If you had an illustration of the side, if you had an illustration of, you know, the views, you can set up independent views from each side. So that's really the point of it, but that's very odd that it's not working. I don't know what to say about that. That's strange. I hate it when things do that.
So Jeff, 694 says he has a friend that is a big Godzilla fan, and since you worked on Godzilla '98 flick, he wanted to know what was it like. Were you stoked, and why did they add genitalia for Godzilla?
Well, to be deadly honest, I was not really excited about Totopoulos' design. I think it was too far away from Godzilla. I mean, I understand what they tried to do, but they made him look like an old man with hemorrhoids. You know, his profile was all like, and it didn't really do it for me. But the crew was great. You know, working with friends, it was a fun film to work on. I just remember they had the telephone notice, like when a ring came into the shop, you'd get this boop boop, and we'd always like sing "Tainted Love" whenever that was. You know, yeah, you know, I don't have a lot of positive things to say about that design. I mean, I know you can tell what they were going for. They were going for, you know, the more Japanesey. Oh, there goes my brain. I can't even think of what the rubber monsters are called. God, that's sad. My brain sucks right now. Sorry, guys. Yeah, kaiju. Thank you.
Kaiju, yeah.
I'm like Kraku. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell's going on anymore. You know, I understand when they try to update, the monsters to make them but Godzilla is a very special creature to me. I don't know. I like Godzilla is one of my faves, and to change it that dramatically and not do something incredibly awesome with it. And if I had to hear Patrick Tatopoulos' name one more time in the damn script, I was going to just throw myself off a cliff. Because Patrick was the head of the effects and production. He did, I worked for Patrick. But the writers, and they're all a group of just dudes, and they thought it would be funny to name the scientist Tatopoulos, and then made fun because no one could pronounce Tatopoulos because Tatopoulos is so hard to pronounce, and they did it 15 times in the movie, and I'm just like, Jesus, okay, you guys are so circle jerky. Hola.
We've got someone asking, have you ever used Blender for this type of digital sculpt?
I have not. I'm not a Blender user. I'm a physical sculptor, and so the concept of even thinking about trying to learn another software package just fills me with dread, existential dread. And then two, it's a little too catty for me. I like, excuse me, I like the sculptural. If you've ever physically sculpted something, ZBrush is really as close as it gets to anything. As long as you're using a stylus and a tablet. I mean, this is digital sculpting. It's pressure sensitive. It's angles. It's digital sculpting. And so I found, I opened it and played with it a little, twice, I think. I mean, to be fair, I haven't opened Blender for probably 5 years. And they said this last update of Blender was supposed to be very good. Brought it up to be a little bit more what it does for sculpting is a lot better now, I guess. But, it's sort of I have a program that works for me and I make money off of. And I don't see any reason in the world to shift. It doesn't do anything that ZBrush doesn't do, and the things that it does that ZBrush doesn't do, I don't really use. And just once again, they would have to make a monumental paradigm shift of how physical sculpting works for me to shift. I get that it's free, but I mean, in my book, ZBrush is basically free. I bought this 16 years ago, and I've never paid for an upgrade, so, I mean, that's pretty damn close to free. And I get full support, and, I don't know. I've never seen a compelling enough reason to really try it or shift to it. So, no, I'm not a Blender user. And I'm not saying Blender sucks. I'm just saying I don't use it.
Now we've got, I'm Stefan. Could you show us how to do a Bas-relief in order to make a human model into a Bas-relief?
Yeah. Boop. Why is that red? That's weird. Frame. Do I have something? I have a weird color there. I wonder what that's about. Come on. Look, it's still red. Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
I wonder what that is. Did I fill color or something? Oh, you know what? I still haven't. No, we have a weird red color going on. Oh, that's the projection. I'm an idiot. Never mind. I'm a stooge. Okay, let's get back to your... let's go to Tool. Let us grab a person. I'm just going to merge this down. I'm going to turn floor off, and that's going to get rid of that weird orange color. Yep. Frame. I am going to Dynamesh all those guys together. Delete lower. Remesh by Dynamesh. Yeah, this doesn't have any arms. It's okay. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. And we're going to go accept. Come down here and close holes. Redynamesh. Just so we have a clean model here. So let's say you want to make a bas-relief. We're going to take you, we're going to just twist you up a little. Oh, I guess it's, never mind. That was a very poor masking job on Tomas's part. I'm just posing him a little differently. I just want there to be... boop, boop. I need a sharper mask. So it's funny, do any of you watch The Boys on Amazon? Or on Netflix? Sorry, it's on Netflix. That show makes me cry laughing. It's a
superhero show?
Yeah. Oh my God, it is horrible. Oh, not horrible as in bad quality. Horrible as in some of the blackest comedy out there. It's just absolutely wonderfully terrible. It makes me laugh a lot.
I saw a commercial for it the other day, and it sparked my interest. I hadn't heard about it before then. I was like,
oh, it's
looks kind of cool.
The cast is spectacular. The script is hysterical. It's really just dark, dark, dark. And that being my cup of tea, yeah. Last night I was just crying, laughing. I'm like, oh my God. These people are outrageous. All right. And let's draw the shoulder back. I'm just doing this so you can get some depth on this, right? And then we're going to bring the shoulder front. There we go. Depth. Boop. Now, I want that camera angle to be... I'm going to set
Someone's
my...
asking, is it darker than Filthy Frank?
Very different, I think. Just very different, because it's really, because superheroes have a social plate, this expectation that heroes are good, and then how governments deal with the things and such. So, it has some poignant social ramifications. So it's a slightly different thing. So did you see what I did here? So I just moved this around, right, to where I want my thing. I'm going to take trim front, because you notice I just set this with my camera angle. I'm going to take trim front, grab gizmo. Because I didn't do it with gizmo first, I just moved it in my camera. You can take your gizmo and do it there, but I tend to just do it in the camera. And then I'm going to hold down Alt. I'm going to tap this surface. So now my gizmo is flush with that surface, which means front is camera angle. I'm going to hit that, and I'm going to click into my screen. There we go. And now I'm going to go Control Z, and ooh, it did my undo. And then I'm going to just come back in here, come back 3 steps with history. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. Just fill it up, who cares? Because I didn't prepare to do this, we can't do it easily. So now we're going to do that. Let's give him some sharp hair. All right, so this is our camera view. And you want to turn this into a bas-relief. Just going to come back in and sharpen some of this stuff up. So when we do this, it has a little bit more room to compress. So I usually approach this in a few steps because we're going to compress this, right? Because technically, go to center, we go, and you know, there you go. You have relief. But the problem with this is that, you know, where we could have background stuff being flatter and foreground stuff being higher, you know, it's not really cutting it. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to mask this front half off. I'm going to go to where this is, hold down Control and tap it a couple times, and that edge will get blurry. And I'm going to bring this closer and in. All right, so you can see that we have some of that back there. And now we have the second area from like the ears back. I think are always a good place to do it. And we're going to knock that off. I'm going to come in here and mask this ear. Tap, tap, W, come in, pull this in some more. And you can see how this still has dimensionality. This lost some of its dimensionality, but that's okay because we're forcing that perspective back. Also, I'm usually a little bit more careful on this, obviously. And then we come in here, flip it, and now I'm going to draw this back. And you can see that we have a little bit more dimensionality there. So we have these 3 steps where the far back is less dimensional. This is less dimensional. This is the more dimensional of the bas-relief. So we come in, we smooth these out. And under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have allowed myself to have such sharp lines, but all right, we're going to just come in and fill this to where it has the appearance of what it did. Right? Let me punch this up a little just so there's a little bit of that going on. Now, we're going to hold down W or hit Control W. And now that makes all of this one poly group. And then we are going to group front. So it changes my front color and my back color are 2 separate colors. I'm going to come in here and tap this, mask that. Let's turn lines off so you can see what's going on. W. I'm going to bring this back here to the farthest spot. I'm going to grab my rectangle and I'm going to drag. That brings everything to that plane, right? And so now you have a relief that has no undercuts, and that's a solid. You need to dynamesh it at this point or remesh by union here, but that is how I would do it. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to flip this again. Oop. Are those? Okay, good. And here's where you can come in with move elastic or move or any of your things. And we are going to mask this off.
So Jeff is asking, so you're sectioning things off?
I'm sectioning things off just because in bas-relief, you want the area that is closer to camera, I guess, or, you know, more dimensional. It's not just an even dimensionality. Things in the back are flatter. Things towards the front are deeper. And so you're really accentuating.
Accentuating.
Jesus Christ. You really make it more extreme. It really presses the depth perception if you do it. And now I'll come back in here and I'm going to move these by hand and just get my face down lower because I don't want this just to be complete. And I'm not being super careful here, obviously. But I'm going to bring back some of this depth by hand. Move elastic. Come on.
Also, we have someone asking, have you ever done animation?
Well, I graduated from an animation school and I did stop motion stuff. I never drew enough to be a good animator. I drew some, but I was always a sculptor. So I did a bunch of stop motion stuff, but not cell animation. And when I went to CalArts, it was still hand-drawn cell animation. And I'll tell you what, I did not even pretend to have the patience for that. The concept of doing something over and over and over again, just, ugh. They learned very quickly not to expect me to do that very well. But I did a bunch of stop motion stuff. And see, now the face has a lot more depth. As we move back, we lose that depth. And in turn, you can have a very dynamic part and have it be very low. You know what? I have absolutely no clue. I think it was a lot of fixes more than a lot of new stuff. I made the mistake of not actually reinstalling. I just overinstalled. And you can see it didn't register. See 2021.11. But I actually have 2021.12 loaded. So I actually just have to take the time and do a clean install and see what it did, because I was being lazy and it did me no good. But does that make sense for your bas-relief? And that's the easiest way to do it. And I know that a lot of people are using like, what do you call it? DAZ or whatever. The nice thing about those is you can set up a scene with a bunch of different poses and just slap it closed, and it's nice.
He says, amazing. Can you put that on a ring and will it actually show up well? Also,
Oh, yeah, of
you
course.
turn this into a VDM to be reused and played anywhere on the ring later?
Oh, without a question. Yeah. Yeah. No, did you see the... Hold on, let me see if I can find my Napoleon... Hold on. Oh, I can't just click. Where is it? Where are you located? Dropbox to Tony. User, welcome Q&A. Dropbox to Tony. Oh my gosh. Here, let's do this. I'll never be able to find. I have no idea what that is. Where's my desktop? No. Ooh. Don't do that. There's desktop. Okay, so we'll go here. Whoop. Nope, it's not there. Oh, I see. It's in the Dropbox folders. I have a Napoleon ring that I did just that, but I don't know quite where it is at the moment. Give me 1 second here. Boo. SSD. Edward in totality. Let's try that. Come on, you. Where's this?
That was good, Henry. Yeah.
Come on, you. Is that it? Well, delete all. Which one of those B rings too? Okay, delete all. Come back in here. Boop. Base rings. Riveting. It's just riveting streaming here. Dude. Well, crapus. Well, I don't know which one's smaller. I think it's got to be in this. Come on. You can do it. I think he's got to be in here somewhere. What are you talking about? There's got to be more there. Okay, that's not it.
Yeah, that's not the presentation one you showed.
No, I'm like, that
Yeah,
ain't
first.
it. That's just the zippers. All right, let's try again. Nope. That's all of my paperwork for my copyright on that. I'm going to go after people. Which one? That was a line sheet, right?
Yes.
Is it this I know it's in here somewhere. I am the worst file organizer in history. Ask Henry. He can vouch for that.
It's quite true.
No, VDM is actually absolutely wonderful if you have a library of assets that you want to quickly slap onto surfaces. The VDM is awesome.
Henry's asking, what's the difference between VDM and IMM?
Well, VDM is technically still a two-dimensional file, right? It's an alpha with undercuts, where a IMM, you can rotate, you can move. It's actually a full dimensional object.
And I am Stefan's asking, what do you mean when you say they slap it closed if they are using DAS Modeler? I would love to use some DAS models to test out designs before committing them and putting them on a ring.
Well, I mean, just what I did, that was a three-dimensional model, right? Here. No, it's waiting for sorry. I was trying to show you this. I thought it would be easier than this. Like in Dash, you can just go in and pose your models. And so let's say you were doing the side of a Roman thing. I'm sure you can buy little Roman togas and you get it up there and you put it all up and then you bring it over here and then you just squish them, right? And make the whole thing a bas-relief. And that's a lot quicker than sculpting bas-relief. Like when I do bas-relief, I'll always do it three-dimensionally first. Well, that's not quite true. There's some simple stuff that I do, but okay, this looks like a much better representation of the line. And if I'm not mistaken, the Napoleon rings are right here. There they are.
Ah, yes, this looks like your presentation.
So we want these guys.
And these rings are beautiful. I mean, I really want one of these.
One of the Napoleon rings.
Yeah, the one with the roses on the side.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I was like, that is, as you say, sex right there. That is nice.
I like this one because this is actually the rosette off the front of his throne. On the two legs, these are on the front of the throne. So this is, and sadly, this doesn't have my Napoleon sculpture, but I did a full 3D sculpture of him. And then, so that's the cut in. Let's go frame. So that's the positive, right? You can see that his coat and stuff are much thinner than his face. And his face is, I could have punched this even more, but it's pretty good. And then I just flipped it and cut it in. And then that's the negative, right? That's more like a wax seal ring. And then I just rotated it around. Nope. Where are you? Nope. Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. And I just rotated the model to the side. And you can see that I actually sculpted it in full 3 dimensions. And then I just rotated it to the side. And then I had a profile. And then I had one, like in this set of them, I had, him facing in a bunch of different directions. So this was a collaboration with a fashion designer. And that's the one with the roses he was talking about.
Yeah, he was asking to see the roses that I mentioned.
And these were sculpted 3-dimensional roses that I then flattened and turned into Bas. So.
Yeah, that thing is just beautiful right there.
It's fun. It's a cool piece. Now these are all very low res because this is more about the whole line.
I'm Stefan is asking, how did you block out the ring?
I mean, you can see that a lot of them are basically the same shape.
Right.
So here, I'm going to delete all these because this is a huge model.
And he's also asking, can you actually make that and cast it?
Oh yeah. Oh no. Everything in this line is producible. And not just producible, mass producible. So yeah, nothing here is complicated. I designed this stuff to be pretty mass produced. So, I mean, how did I block out that ring? I probably did this. W came in, made a cylinder. Now, I probably used one of my ring sizes. So within my my tool set here, I have everything, my jewelry. So rings by size. What I did is the ring utility they have works really well, but it can mess with your scale. Just how it was designed, it resets its own scale every time it creates a part. And if I'm trying to bring something into something that I already have going, it used to be a lot worse about trashing your scene scale. So what I did is I just used this to make one set. Where's ring utility, right? I just use this to generate all of these. So I have a base set of ring sizes that I use as ZTL, so I can just pull them in quickly. So I probably was like, okay, let's do a size 13. Boop. I have my size 13 ring here. I know this is now a size 13. Turn this on. Boop. Let's turn our lines on so we can see what's going on. And, well, I probably tapered it first, actually.
Got Azumi asking how you are determining the amount of detail that you can include considering size of the final piece/material. Any pointers?
Well, first of all, this is wackadoodle. I think a lot of it's experience, right? You know, I've printed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces. So I kind of know where things are at, but I'll design a part. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to print it and look at it. And I'm going to see where my weak spots are and this and that. I think pre-planning and measuring and thinking, I have a printer. Yeah, I print it out, I look at it. And then I know what I need to punch and not punch. But for the most part, most of my parts are pretty good now because, well, let's face it, I've printed thousands of pieces. And I have a pretty good idea of what shows and what doesn't. The problem is that often you have no idea how it's going to turn out because if you're sending your parts out, that's hard to control because you don't know what they're doing to your parts, basically, right? So it's just experience and just trial and error, right? Remember, your first model is never going to be right. It's not. So printing is a big helpful point there. So I'm going to turn on my symmetry, X and Z. I'm going to grab move elastic. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to decide what I want my silhouette to be. And I'm just going to move this out. And come back down in here, move this stuff up. You want move. Now try to go straight, because the problem is that, if you start moving these around, you're going to lose your ring rail. But I'm not too stressed about that because I'm going to come in here and I'm going to get my shape kind of where I want it just by moving it. And then we have this here. And so the easiest thing to do is, first of all, you need to flip this because our ring surfaces, our positive normals look for the negative normals. I'm now just going to select that, which is the interior of that ring. I'm going to project all. Boop. And now you can see that the interior of the ring is back to the ring size. Boop. And it didn't matter what we did up here. So now we're going to come over here, grab this, grab that, grab that. Oops. Boop. And go to about halfway, right? That's our halfway mark right there. Is it all that? No, that's good. flip it, W, W, oops, stop that. Decide where I want all that to come up to. There we go, right? And you can see all this stuff here. I can come back in here and use ZModeler and move infinite XYZ and move these points up, or I can come in and divide these by inserting edges. But this becomes a very rough place to retain geometry, if that makes sense. See, because it's going down here. If I want to try to do that, it comes down here. So we're going to have a lot of geometry load right here. This is a very good place just to come back in, turn off adaptive, drag this down to, we have 408 polys there, so let's just go 500. 500 polys is 0.5, enter. We want to keep creases, even though, no, this one isn't creased, Control Z. Keep groups, detect edges, Z remesh. Oh, one sec. Turn on symmetry. Oh, symmetry is turned on. Okay. Z remesh. Z remesh. All right, so you can see that we lost some geometry up in here. So this is where you come in and you grab ZModeler, come here, hold down Alt, crease, edge loop complete, boop. And now that should have gone all the way around there. And then we are going to come in here and just hit edge. Sorry. Edge, and just tap these two, boom. And that should have gotten those. So now this edge, this outside edge are all going to remain sharp. Now divide, and you see how the creasing maintained that edge. So now we have it. Now we're just going to divide it again. And that gives me my base foundation. Hold on. Divide, 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 uncrease all. And I think that should have been enough to hold that edge. Yep, there we go. And now I'm just gonna get this up to sculpting. And now this is something you just, our geometry is even, so you don't have to worry about that. Just come in and start sculpting your base form. Chances are that's how I blocked out that base. Radial symmetry comes in here. Y, radial, turn it up. And that'll allow you to treat those edges pretty evenly, right? Mm-hmm. Why are you acting like that? There you go. Right. And now you just get in there and just move stuff around. Hello. Indonesia is wonderful. Okay. I should do a Tomas ring set. Well, so for miniatures, you know, you are dealing with, well, I am assuming you're doing like Citadel scale stuff. What is that? now? Like 32 mil? Is that what it is? 32 mil is Citadel scale?
28 mil on the record. It's 28 millimeter scale to their eyes. True in-house true scale.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's another.
It's all
There's another
winky dink.
classification.
Yeah.
But they are sneakily doing scale upsizing.
Yeah, they say, oh yeah, no, there's a 28 millimeter scale, but we have extra head links because they're Primarchs. You know, they're not just soldiers.
Yeah, the Primuses. Primuses are just a little bit taller now.
Yeah.
And they're making everything to that scale now.
Yeah. So that's probably how I would have roughed it out. I hope that. What's. Oh, you're doing 35 mil? Cool. Sure. That's what we're here for. Boop.
35 mil, I think, is privateer press is closer to 35 mil, if I remember right. Yeah, they're just a little bit bigger.
Boop. I think that's pretty close. Close for a block up. All right, so now we need. So who is all over? One sec.
Oh, we've got some bots or something spamming us we can't do anything about because it's coming through YouTube.
Oh, again? Oh my god. That's new. That only started the last time. I don't ever remember being. I mean, there were some annoying people, but I don't remember actually getting spammed. Actually, will you remind me to ask Kyle if there's something we can do about if there is an outlet that we can do something about that?
Okay.
All right, floor. Now see, this is where we will use move and then infinite Z, because I want to match the silhouette.
Let's see. Izumi says, I know for you it's probably normal, but I am still blown away by that flattening you have shown.
Yeah, it's cool. It works really well. It's nice.
And then I'm Stefan is saying, is the weight in Kitco pretty accurate, or should we always round up? So if your ring is 13.5 grams, should it be rounded up to 14?
Well, I mean, just for budgeting, I think it's always safe to round up, honestly. But no, it's accurate. It's quite accurate. But you're going to want to add in stuff for your sprue. You're going to want to add stuff in for your tree, right? I'm sure what the dense or the what the now if you're talking about just being able to budget for just the part, like if you're sending it somewhere where you're not actually buying all the extra silver or metal that it takes, within the Kitco metal price, like let's say extra weight. So like right here, that you're always going to just make it, 0.5 ounces more or whatever. These are your or you can do it by percentage. I'm just going to add 2% to it. And then there's a markup percentage here too. So you have 3 different places where you can have consistent markup percentages. And so you can add markup within the Kitco.
And we've got someone asking, how did you come across Tin Hun's artwork? He's been a fan of him for years.
Well, in Seattle, I lived above his store. And so he was my neighbor. And we got on very well. He's a nice guy. I like him quite a bit. And so I've done converted a few of his images into dimensional objects, and we're going to try to sell them if we can find a toy manufacturer to deal with. But it's been a kind of secondary thing on both of our schedules, so it's nothing that's been racing towards. I mean, if we wound up finding a great toy manufacturer tomorrow, I'm sure that, because I have a few of the models already done. I don't know if you were here when I showed Savage Scooter and the Alchemist.
Kind of like the honey to-do list. You get around to it when you get around to it.
Right. It's something that we both want to do, but, you know, it's, at this moment, it's not our day job, you know. All right. I just love social media. You know, his work's fun and energetic, and I'm a big fan of his work. I like it. And like I said, he's like one of the few really honest, nice, cool people. He's a really nice guy, which is hard to find in the art world these days.
The Zoomy is asking if it's not too personal question. You have a day job, or are you freelance?
Well, no, at the moment I am self-employed. I do not have a day job. And I was doing some freelance work. Actually, those pieces you saw were freelance work, but he seems to have disappeared. He's not he's not on his social media. He's not on anything. So I'm trying not to think the worst about that. But I'm creating my own education platform. So that's really been kind of a full-time job for me recently. So I'm trying to create my my day job.
And then we've got another question here, kind of a muddled one. I wasn't, but if you find the time during the stream, I would love to see it. Currently doing my own rendition of Shark of his.
Of Shark Boy?
Yeah,
You're doing your own rendition of this? Yeah, let me post a link. Let's look at it. I'm completely, always and absolutely down to look at other people's work.
And the Zoomy saying good luck with your platform, man, from a 43-year-old freelancer.
Oh, dude, I don't even have words to express. It's like, it's yeah, it's a big deal. It's and if it actually gets up and going as well as we think it will, it'll be something that we all can sort of live off of and continue to make better. So I'm pretty excited about it, honestly.
All right, Stefan here is, you mentioned earlier that our first design is not always going to be good meaning. You design things, and when you print them, you realize that design did not translate into the real world. I think that is what you meant.
Yep,
I
that's
don't
exactly
have a
what I mean.
3D printer. Is there a beneficial set of guidelines we could sort of use to try and make sure the most of our designs we send to the casting do read well most of the time?
Well, no. I'm here to answer questions. You never have to apologize for questions. I would say this, and I'm being deadly honest. If you plan to make money off of your sculpts, right, you have to get a printer. I mean, the development time and energy and process changes so dramatically if you do not have a printer. You wind up wasting so much because, the thing is that really there are no guidelines in that sense, because what are they printing at? Are they printing at 25 microns? Are they printing at 50 microns? Are they printing at 100 microns? You have to completely have a very tight relationship with the people who are doing your printing, and then in turn casting, because you have no idea what they're doing unless right? So that knowledge is insanely important. Now, the problem is that, you make something. Now they're going to want, now you have to tune it to their system. And if you don't know what's going on, it is insanely difficult to pull off well. And the problem is if you're actually going to casting and stuff and you're trying to get models that are in that 25 to 50 micron range, there are a lot of printers that talk about being something in that range, and they really aren't, because they're talking about their z-axis, not their xy axis, and la 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 la. So when I talk about printers, I talk about printers that you can make money off of. And honestly, if you're going to try to make money off this stuff, get a loan from your mom or your friend or something like that and just buy a Formlabs printer, because it's going to be able to print everything you need. It's going to be able to print things that aren't just jewelry. You can build shop tools with it. It's just a fantastic printer, and it's dirt cheap. It's like $3,500, which in the world of professional printers is so minuscule. It's nothing. The amount of time and money, the amount of money you will save because of time is going to blow you away, because you're not going to have to do things, 100 times with the casting facility. You're going to be able to work it out, see what it looks like, send something in, and then you're going to see if they can deal with your detail or not, and now you'll know in one round what they can or cannot do. Where if you're just constantly sending things back and forth, well, you then have to learn the process with their models, and then you're going to have to learn with their finishing and with their da-da-da. Where if the model looks good from word one, because you printed it out, and a print is dollars, where if you have to wait 2 weeks to get your part back and then it's wrong, it take you 4 days to redesign it, a week to get it there, it's 3 weeks later. And now all of a sudden you've lost 3 months in development. So if you're actually trying to do this to make money, buy a printer. End of story. You cannot do this cost effectively without owning a printer. And
Formlabs 3.
And I would strongly suggest a Formlabs, yeah.
Yeah. For this stuff.
Yeah.
Because someone had a follow-up question that just asked, what would you get? There you go.
Yeah, I would get a Formlabs printer, because they're one of the few companies out there. So the other competitive printers in that price range, the B9, EnvisionTech has 3 versions of a desktop printer. SolidScape has a desktop printer that's SLA. EnvisionTech, SolidScape. I don't think that 3D Systems makes a ProJet that small. But the thing is Form 3, $3,500. A B9, about $10,000, $10,000 in that range. EnvisionTech start at 12. I think it goes to 18 and 21,000. SolidScape's 14,000. Solus is a beautiful printer, but its build platform's this big, and it's $3,500. So the thing that's really nice about the Formlabs printers is that you're not just stuck with your jewelry resins. They have so many technical resins that do so many different things that, you can print like spare parts for your car, and you can build jigs for drilling, and just I can't imagine living without a printer, especially if you're trying to develop and design jewelry or miniatures or any of it, because you don't know what it is until you see it, right? You just don't know what it is until you see it. I mean, eventually you'll get better at seeing it, but until you hold it, look at it, and understand what's happening, it's very difficult. No, SLA can make very strong parts. I mean, with Formlabs Tough, I can hit it with a hammer. I mean, it just depends on what the resins are. That's why I'm saying the other nice thing about Formlabs is that they have some very, very, very good resin technology. And so, that's another reason I like them.
Kazumi is asking anything about, anything about Ego Mars printers. That would be the $300.
Yeah, the problem is it's just the resolution isn't that great. Your XY resolution isn't that wonderful. And, if you're making things that are smooth, sure, it's awesome. If you want anything with detail that's small, no. They're just not made for that, if you're making things like this big, yeah, great. I've seen some nice models off of it, but I mean, I don't make anything that big. Well, these, but I don't really make anything that big, so I don't. And the other thing about a lot of that stuff too, and I've never seen their software, but a lot of the problem with the cheap ones is that they're really sort of designed with makers in mind, in the sense of people who don't mind sitting around and futzing with things until they work and, stuff like that. And the problem is I don't have time to futz with any of this crap. I need to make money, right? So the software is a big deal. And, I mean, you can plug a Formlabs in and it's idiot proof. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's part of the hobbyist printer maker community, is the pride in tweaking those machines and getting your settings right. I mean, that's part of the fun for them.
Yeah.
They're not there for production.
Yeah, if you're trying to make money, having to sit there and figure out how to get your models out of the damn machine, I just, not really my cup of tea. I'm not a maker. I don't want to futz with my printer. I'm going to push go and I want it to be perfect, and I don't want to futz with it. And, so far, especially for the price, Formlabs, I don't see a better option. I don't see a better option or a better value.
Can I interject here? As an owner of a cheap SLA 3D printer, I have a Photon S. I think it's like $300. And the reason I can't make money with it isn't that it can't print good models. I couldn't print like your Mayan skull ring. There's no chance I could print that.
No, it's a 50 micron build.
But that's not the largest problem. The problem is consistency. Even if I have a relatively undetailed model that I know this thing can print, my resin, I use Bluecast CR3A, which casts magnificently and prints fairly well, but it's $170 for half of a liter. So every single print that I get out of this machine that isn't perfect is $10-15 in the trash. Right. If I have to print every model 5 or 6 times, I'm wasting a fortune. And printing with this thing for a relatively small ring takes upwards of 9 hours.
Oh, holy Hannah.
So I've wasted 9 hours and $10 worth of resin that I'll never use, that just needs to go in the trash. Right. That's the reason I can't make money with it.
Now, cool. Henry, how many printers do you have?
I have 3 3D printers. 2 of them are FFM, PLA, ABS, that sort of thing. And then I have the one resin printer.
So you have, so what are your other 2? What are your FLA? Just out of curiosity for everybody.
I have a FlashForge Creator Pro dual nozzle FFM. That's my sort of daily driver when I make stuff. I just printed a stand for this microphone that I'm using right now with it just this morning. And then I have a K2800. It's an old thing that I actually took apart and turned into a small CNC machine.
Oh,
It's under my desk. I never use it anymore.
wow. Wow, you never cease to amaze.
You're missing the point.
Well, I mean, it completely depends on the volume of the ring. That's where the Kitco thing's very nice. I have a little, I wonder if, I don't think it's here. Let me see.
Okay, yeah, you read the question. How much resin? How long does it
Yeah.
typically take?
Well, I mean, I can print a high resolution, like a size 13 high resolution, big skull ring in about 5-6 hours, maybe. But when we're talking about my resolutions, it's pretty ridiculous. The other thing, though, is you can print, it's a 5x5, it's a 5x5 square. So you can jam a lot of stuff in there. And I can print a whole bed overnight. So that's like 9, especially if you're dealing with like engagement size rings. I mean, you could print 30 of those in, say, 10 hours or something like that.
Right. And you got to also think when you're printing, your printing cost on your stuff, you're going to make all that back on the ring you sell or make. I mean,
Hopefully.
right? Is that? Yeah. I mean, is the thought behind it.
As long as you are you're pricing correctly, then.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't have it here. I have it where I can estimate prices with my resin. So sort of the Kitco. I've been trying to get. Well, I haven't really pushed too hard, but I've been trying to get them to add the resin prices to the Kitco thing. Where in this chart, right? Hold on.
I have a comment from earlier I wanted to
That
read.
we have that we can add the resin costs.
Yeah, that would be nice.
How hard is that to do?
That would be easy, but it really he would have to give you a place to input the cost of your resin
Right.
because it's all so different.
Ah,
Right. And this is actually checking live. I mean, this is a live quote. Right. This is checking spot costs. This is checking your costs at the moment that you check, right? Where that doesn't have to be a spot because they don't change the price of their resins that dramatically. Will someone remind me to ask Joseph about that too? It's something I've been trying to talk to him about forever.
I'll put it on the list.
I would say you putting it in the notes. Yeah.
Yep.
We had someone that said
Joseph?
something earlier. Yeah, Joseph.
Okay.
Someone says, Thomas, good wishes, Thomas. It's sad to see Dozer's warehouse in Seattle closing. There is a 10-hunt piece in there. It's a dude riding a go-kart with a guru animal on it.
Yeah,
Love the
yeah.
stream.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that is a shame. Sadly, Seattle, not only are they hit hard, Seattle and Portland, not only are the business being hit hard because of COVID, but the whole jackasses burning down buildings thing has really taken a hit to a bunch of businesses in Seattle and Portland, sadly.
Another one from I'm Stefan. Absolutely. I mean, hopefully I do make money back. Any advice on doing pricing for rings? How would you go about pricing a typical ring?
Well,
As an amateur sculptor or designer, my skills are nowhere near your level, and I don't want to overprice my customers since my skills are not great.
First thing, know your market. What price points are you trying to compete in, right? Because there are knockoffs of some of my rings that people are selling for $40. I could never that ring cost me more than $40 to make. I could never sell it that cheaply. So am I trying to compete with them? Am I trying to compete in that 150 to 200 range? A lot of it is knowing what your markets and your market values are. I know jewelry companies that mark up 9 and 10 times. But they're spending a fortune on advertising, and their pieces are not cheap, right? So, you really need to do it wisely, or to do it well. You have to know how much you're spending, right? So figure out what the piece cost you, and then also add in, am I covering my nut? Am I paying my rent? Am I paying my electric bills? All of that stuff is part of the cost of the piece. So it just takes a little time and energy to sit down and wrap your head around actual cost. And only then are you really going to be able to deal with it. I was dealing, because my pieces are very expensive to make usually, I was dealing with like a 3 to 5 times markup. Because I didn't want to take the step up into very expensive jewelry. I wasn't using golds enough to charge, $15,000. But the second we jumped to the palladium pieces, I was selling those for $18,000 and $20,000 a piece, because the palladium was a different kind of perceived value than silver. So what's crazy is that you can use 9-karat gold and call it gold. And so you can do silver with like low carat gold and say silver and gold, and instantly by saying gold you have changed the perceived value of the part. So knowing your market is you have to know where you're trying to compete. And a lot of times that just means going to boutiques that you think that people who buy there will shop at your stuff, going to websites that are people that you think you could compete against, look at their pricing, see if it makes any sense for you. And then, that's your market. When I came out, I was really going up against a lot of the Japanese silver companies. And so I made my prices competitive with them, because that was the market I was shooting for. And I was in boutiques in Japan at the time and all of that. And so I just based it to be competitive with the market that I was trying to sell in. So, knowing your market, knowing how much parts cost, for you to make, these are all the important questions that you're going to need. Because, if you're trying to compete someplace where, they're selling $70 rings and the ring costs you $150 to make, you're going to fail really quickly in some place that wants you to sell $75 rings. It's something you got to really wrap your head around, is actual cost. What are your costs?
Seems like it would be a class all on its own, is how to market and price your stuff.
Yeah, pricing really. So the thing about jewelry is this: we all make it out of the same stuff. Everybody knows what the price is. Now, the difference is finding a casting facility that'll make something for you without charging you, an arm and a leg. But, a silver piece, anyone can look online and tell you what an ounce of silver costs. And they're going to look at that and go, oh, well, that's a $40 ring. And you're like, well, no, because I have all this detail in it. It takes more time to finish it. Perceived value is jewelry, because it's all made out of the same garbage. End of story.
And we got someone asking, what materials do you use for casting?
You mean what metals do I cast in? Is that what you're asking?
He's asking the mold I meant. What materials do you use for the mold to keep?
For the most part, we use clear silicone molds.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. We don't make
Castaldo ice, I think that's called.
What's that?
It's Castaldo ice.
Yeah.
I think that's the clear silicone I use.
Yeah, that's primarily what most jewelers are using. There are some reasons to use the vulcanized mold still, but I haven't made a vulcanized rubber mold in.
He's asking, and you could cast metal into that? No, sir.
No. So the jewelry process works through lost wax casting. So what you do for the most part is you print your part. You then make a master mold in silicone, and then you use wax injection, and you inject your waxes, and then your mold in that case would be your investment. You pour it into plaster. That plaster is called investment. And here, hold on.
We've already put the link up for you.
Yeah, link in chat.
Oh, okay.
Show you the process.
And so that it's a multi-step probe. Now, they do have metal printers, but they're only a couple places on the planet, I think, that really do metal printing design for jewelry, because the machines are so insanely expensive. And then also just keeping them running is insanely expensive.
We've got Joe Dye
gold roll, gold. It's an Italian company. Something gold.
Oh, the printing company?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Here.
Roll gold. It's an Italian. Yeah, it's an Italian printing company, but they have one of the very good.
Progol 3.
ProGold, yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
And I've had something printed in titanium from them, and it cost me about $2,800 to do, and so that's not cheap, but I sold the part for a lot more than that, so it was okay. It was a slave collar, actually.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, they welded that thing onto her neck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. She signed a slave contract, and
That was the yeah, I was like, she signed a contract.
yeah, and I made her collar.
Wowzers.
Yeah, I know, right?
Huh. Nothing more than a finite sound of welding metal to you.
Right. I don't know. Oh, they're so funny. They're adorable. They're just so cute. They're so cute.
They're so cute. I can't find my link for that. That's funny.
ProGold.
Yeah, I have it on your tab. That's one we don't use a lot of, so I don't find it. Henry will have it in 3.7 seconds.
Oh, I already had it. Shut it down.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah,
I mean, I just did Google when Tomas started saying goal. Just Googled it.
wow, thanks. He's over there like chicken head started yabbering and
Right. We got questions here. Just wondering, Thomas, are you working for a full-time studio or as a freelancer? Is it promising for a career in jewelry design?
well, CAD has taken over the jewelry industry, so I would say that yes, CAD is very, very popular and very, very needed. ZBrush is just gaining its foothold. Everything is Rhino, or programs that were based on Rhino. Matrix sort of controls the jewelry industry, and then they sort of elited themselves out a little, and now there are a few Rhino knockoffs of, because Matrix is the most expensive plugin in the world. It just sits on top of Rhino. Rhino is actually the computing end of the program, and then it's just this insanely pricey. I think it's $7,000 or $8,000 now for the base, and then you pay like $1,200 to $1,800 a year upgrading. And so I left Matrix and started in ZBrush, and I've been fighting for 16 years trying to get it recognized, and we're finally at the point where people realize how useful it is, because you can actually do real organic modeling. So I would say without a question, it is something that is used and needed, because custom jewelry has sort of taken over in the last 18 years. And It's mostly CAD, mostly Rhino stuff, but we're getting in there and it's good, but it's just a slow slog.
Right. Well, Stefan's got another question for you. What do you think about this? I was thinking about making basic rings kind of like stuff you would make in Matrix. My thought process is doing this, having enough money to buy a farm land. Wait a minute. By doing this, hey, wait a minute. My thought process is this. I don't have enough money to buy a farm lamps. However, I was wondering if I could start basic and make basic matrix type rings with a little ZBrush work to start, so I can get me a basic shop going, so I can eventually get a printer. What do you think about starting out like that? And eventually my goal is to make organic jewelry. You
Well,
think it's a bad idea?
no, not a bad idea. But even making just basic jewelry, dude, it's $3,500. And I know that seems like a lot of money, but there's got to be someone in your family, a bank, take out a loan, get a printer, right? You just
I mean, the models you make, or you're still going to have to print out to see if they work, right?
right, and you're going to lose a ton of money paying someone else to print them out, because something that would cost you dollars, you're going to start paying, anywhere between 10 and $30 a print. And if those prints suck or they're not working, whether it's, an organic design or, a Tiffany setting, you're still wasting so much money having other people print for you.
Right, and time, reiteration, where you got to go there, you got to going there, talking to them, sending it back and forth, like you said.
It's a big issue. It's a big issue.
All right, we got someone here that says, I was wondering, how do you start your projects for your measurements? You start with a cylinder and a third-party software and import it in ZBrush, or you start it all in ZBrush and you deal with the sizing at the export?
No, I deal with my sizing right now. So I start this frame, right? And I want it to be, we're just going to use an exterior measurement as opposed to an interior measurement. We want this to be, right now it is at 1.13 millimeter. This is not a good size ring. I know that with this thickness, a X measurement of about 28, I'm just going to type in 28, enter, resize subtool, frame, and now I'm to scale. I mean, ZBrush has incredibly strong scaling tools. I use them,
And there's ring utility to get your...
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to get a ring size, there's a plugin called Ring Utility, and you just go here. You're like, I want a size 9. I want it to be 4 millimeters thick, which is a very thick ring, at least to start off with, and then 7 millimeters wide. Boop, 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 boop. And look, it has gemstones. You can get a round, emerald, oval, marquee, pear, or custom form. These are your dimensions. You can have them go all the way around. You can have one of them on band, top, middle, bottom. Add gem, boop, and it'll add a gem to that base ring. So, I mean, there are tons of utilities here to just make your jewelry.
We got Armencad, ARMENCAD. Armencad.
Armencad, I would assume.
Yeah, I have a working SolidScape 66 that I would like to give one of them to you as a sign for my appreciation for your help.
What?
That's what it says. Wow.
That's incredible. Everybody needs a SolidScape.
Wow. I would love a SolidScape.
Right?
It'd be a great first printer, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hi, Armin. Well, yeah, send your email to, or get Henry, get your email, and let's talk about what that actually means. That's amazing. I mean, SolidScape's a great printer. No matter what version of it is, it's awesome.
Right, and we got Joe again. Thomas, how would you get the recognition for making jewelry as a designer, since there are so many designers out there? Also, have you ever designed for big gold companies? Thank you.
Well, I did some designs for an Indian gold company, and then uh, went through a weird thing, and my email sort of wonkadoodled, and my phone sort of wonkadoodled. I got hacked. It was weird, and so every time they tried to call me, it gave them a that they got sent somewhere else, and they weirded out. And even when I tried to touch base with them again, they were just like, ugh. So I did some designs for some Indian company, but by getting hacked, I got kind of screwed out of that gig. How to get recognition? Well, one, I just got a bunch of my work out there, and then the first thing I did is I went to a trade show called Magix, which was a fashion show as opposed to a jewelry trade show. And I hooked up with a boutique in Japan, and they got me onto a band called
Yes.
I'm trying to think, Kasabian. And I guess they were big in Europe. Hell if I know. But because Kasabian was on the cover of the Japanese Rolling Stone wearing my jewelry, they got a little article in the Japanese Rolling Stone about my jewelry. And then a few boutiques in Japan picked up my work. They paid for press in Japan. So I was in Fudge and a few other silver magazines in Japan. Then the 2008 crash hit, and I lost the Japan business because the Japanese weren't buying new brands at that point. They were buying brands that they knew there was a collectability factor to, so there was no money loss in investing in parts. And then when I did a few competitions. I went and worked for a jewelry shop called Green Lake, and basically they produced my work, and then I entered competitions for them. And my work was really unique at the time because I was using ZBrush, and literally no one else was. I mean, no one. So I was producing pieces you just couldn't make by CAD. And I'm a good sculptor. I mean, I've been sculpting for over 40 years, so I have the capacity to sculpt. And I just started going to trade shows and shaking hands, and you get people behind you, and then, they start to talk about you. And then if I had been I have a student that has like 28,000 followers. If I had been YouTube or social media savvy, and I'd have millions and millions of followers. Actually, on MySpace, I had 1.3 million followers. So, it just, social media wasn't that, 18 years ago, 19 years ago. So, yeah.
Well, there you go.
I think social media. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. So Armin Cad's name is Armin. He said, "Yeah, I'd be honored to do that."
Wow.
And then we have a question: how would you go about making earrings or pendants or charms in ZBrush? Also, how would you do the backings that attach to the earrings? Would the casting facility solder on the backs for you?
Yes.
Question mark. Or do you do that in ZBrush?
Well, for the most part, I make those models in ZBrush. So we have, so I have the model so people can see what it is. They have the measurements and all of that. One of the things we've been working on is working with Rio Grande, and they have an entire finishing, right? You can buy the findings. And so all those little things are called findings. And so what I would do, I would design it. But what we're trying to do is build a library of parts that tie to their catalog of parts. So when you're designing, you can design with parts that actually exist in the real world. Because a lot of that stuff is sprung, and it really depends on hardening, right? A lot of those pieces need to be hardened. And you can do that, but really cast pieces don't harden as well as solid pieces or rolled pieces or hammered pieces. So if it's a standard finding, I would just buy it and have them attach it. But I will always make that finding within ZBrush. So I have a model and I have a part number. So when I break it out and I know what my parts and my costs are going to be, I never forget anything, right? Even like, because you don't want to cast pin on an earring, right? They're going to drill a little hole and laser weld it into that little hole, right? Does that make sense? So I make the models, but I'm going to try to find real findings to do it, because cast things don't hold up that well like that, usually. I mean, there are processes. There's a MEM and PIM method that compresses under like the pressure of the friggin' sun. It's like, and it compresses your parts so you don't have nearly as many of the construction issues or the flexibility or bending issues of casting, because it's literally taking pressure and just fusing it down. That's great, but that's expensive. Actually, Techform in Portland does a lot of the PIM, and it's awesome. They do it with platinum, and they come up with just super tight non-porous platinum. It's great.
Ooh.
Techform in
Techform.
Techform in Portland.
In Portland, yeah, I think we have that link somewhere.
We should. They're
Henry will
awesome.
have it. Yeah, Henry will have it in a moment.
Now
I did.
Oh.
Listening.
they are. I have to call her. I haven't heard from her. I wonder what happened.
Window sadly got closed. We have someone asking, Thomas, what is CAD? The one that you mentioned. Sorry for the broken in English and
Nope.
limited knowledge. Thank you.
No. Like I said, we're here to answer questions. You never have to apologize for that. CAD stands for Computer Aided Design. And it really started, CAD started with more like drafting programs, right? Where they're how they view solid objects is different than how ZBrush uses it. Technically, ZBrush is CAD. It's computer assisted or computer aided modeling. But it doesn't think how CAD does, and it doesn't do a lot of things that CAD programs do, and it does a lot of things that CAD's programs don't do. But so CAD just means computer aided or computer. Is it aided or assisted? It's aided, isn't it?
Computer aided drafting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's drafting. Oh, so
Yeah.
see, it started out as a drafting thing, and now
Yeah.
people, because it's used a lot more in design, you hear computer aided design. That's like, you don't hear rapid prototyping much anymore, where rapid prototyping was the word for printing. If you were printing, you were rapid prototyping.
What was that place called in Portland again?
Techform.
Techform.
It's techformcasting.com,
There we go.
Mike.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
.com.
Henry, you're awesome sauce.
I
Okay.
already pasted it.
I know, I saw. Thank you. You're quick on the draw, sir. Portland place just blah blah blah. Hang on, working.
What was it?
Oh, I was trying to find the other questions. Okay, here we go. Someone was asking if we could see the 20K follower that you taught.
The what?
The 20K. Can we see the students' work that was 20K followers that you taught?
Yeah. No, screw that guy. No.
Right? Yeah.
I'm totally kidding.
And then someone's asking, Sir Thomas, just wondering, why wouldn't you apply for a job as, let's say, Tiffany and Company designer?
Because I'd have to work for Tiffany's. I don't I I like making my work. You know, I left the film industry. If I was going to work for someone else, I would have stayed in the film industry. I was making a ton of money. Um, I got sick of working for other people, so it really became a thing that he always posts. It should be right here. Wow, did he like fall asleep for a month? Seriously, he posts all the time. I'm shocked. Then I have to look this. Hold on, let's scroll.
And then we've got, while you're looking for that, how do people make rings that they can sell for $40 or $50 and still make money?
Well, one, a lot of it. What is that? Hold on. Does anyone know what this thing is? What is this page? Oh, print. Okay, never mind. Oh my god. I guess I should make my Trump statue at some point. This is my friend Art. Hold on, let me shrink this down so we can scroll through things that are a little. Isn't it Control minus? Yeah, there we go. I know that ZBrush does not condone my friends. So if you see anything too weird, I apologize.
That's funny.
Because Joff didn't show. Oh, there we go. See, he has 45,000 followers now. I don't know how he does it.
Here we go. Stefan's asking. Go ahead.
He's doubled his followers. It's crazy talk.
He's got nice stuff.
Yeah. The guy who's doing his casting down in LA is awesome.
Yeah.
See, he didn't have to go through finding a casting facility. He just... I love this stuff. I use this in some pieces, this blue, the glow blue stuff. I love things that glow in the dark. I'm a child of the 60s and 70s with like, glow in the UV velvet posters. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you.
All right.
So we got, I'm Stefan's asking, do you think it's still people buying jewelry at a high enough rate considering we are in a pandemic?
Well, the first thing you need to know about luxury goods, if you're selling, and jewelry is considered a luxury good, if you're selling cheap jewelry, people who don't have money will buy it. But you have to understand that most people who buy expensive jewelry, it really is about haves and have-nots. And they're buying expensive luxury items to prove that they're not you. And so, in all reality, when things are tough, luxury goods jump because the people with money want to prove that they have money. And it's really kind of a sick, demented, broken... Yeah, it's a sick, demented, broken thing, but it's very true. And so, yeah, the jewelry industry is not suffering. I mean, mom and pop shops are having a hard time because they have brick and mortar stores, right? And trying to retain anything that's a brick and mortar store can be very difficult these days. But if you're dealing with the real luxury brands or people who are selling heinously overpriced garbage online because they have 50,000 followers, that's all about we have it and you don't. So, yeah, there's plenty of it.
Yeah, we've got someone asking, may I ask if you had experience printing metal or metal printing?
I've had a few things printed in metal. The problem with printing in metal for jewelry is that there are only a handful of machines that even come close to good resolution. And the machines are so friggin' expensive that, it's just hard. I mean, it's hard to get it done affordably.
Someone was asking, how do you get it to glow? And also, does his casting facility also do the glowing stuff for him?
I would seriously doubt that casting facility does the glow stuff for him, because they don't even do the printing. They want you to send that stuff. They're just a very traditional little casting facility. I haven't sent a model to them yet. We're actually in the process of trying to send models to them. So
that's the people you were talking about. That's just amazing.
yeah, I mean, well, I'll tell you if they're amazing or not when I see my work done in it. I mean, you know,
Right.
Joff's work looks like he's doing really high detailed stuff, but but those are also photographs, and I'm excessively anal about what I want my surfaces and stuff to be, and so I can't vouch for them because I haven't used them. It looks like they're doing spectacularly wonderful stuff. Why are you doing that? Stop that. What in the hell? Stop. I don't know why this mesh is so laggy. What's my resolution here? I'm at 2 million. Why is that so chunky like that? I don't have answers. But it looks like they're doing beautiful work, because some of the resolution stuff he's getting is really nice, that I can tell. But we're sending the green man down to him, and that's kind of a tough part to do.
The test.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, show us the Cheetolini.
What?
Show us the. I swear it's Cheetolinas. Cheetolini.
The Cheetolini?
Okay, see, did I say it right then?
Ruby, what are you talking about? Oh, the Trump. Oh.
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 Okay.
Hold on. Let me see. I can find it here. I think I posted it on Instagram somewhere. I just don't want to.
Armin's saying he has a lot of phenomenal casting houses in NYC.
Well, I would love to talk to you about them, because one of the things I'm really trying to do is get. Well, the other problem with really great casting houses is they charge a fortune. And one of the things that I'm trying to really accomplish is with my education system is to get stuff where people can, I mean, like I use Casting House a lot, and I'm very good friends with them. I mean, I wouldn't be a jeweler if it wasn't for Casting House in Chicago. But I sent a piece into them, and it was almost $900 for the first part. And that's the print and the mold and that. But as a young designer who, and I'm not necessarily meaning age, but as a new designer, you can't afford $900 every time you try to make a part. And once they found out it was me, it came down. But the thing is like a place that is as quality as Casting House, honestly, they don't want the one-off work. If you're going to make 10,000 of them, they become a lot cheaper. So trying to find places that are one-off places that don't just abuse you is very difficult in America right now. I mean, it's hard. And that's why so many people go to Thailand right now.
Yeah, we got him in Discord. He finally got up in the Discord, so
Who?
he is part of the community. Amen.
Oh, great. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Hold on. What were we talking about? Someone wanted to see something that was in my...
the Cheetolina.
What the hell does that go?
The Trump.
Nut job? What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, well, who is that guy? I want to look at his stuff.
Oh, you're talking about his Trump or my Trump?
I don't know. They were just saying, see the Cheetolina. I'm assuming it's the Trump you were going by.
Oh, is that what that's called? Oh, that's Art Vandelay. Ned. He's awesome.
Okay, Ruby's saying he thought you had done one.
Oh, I did. I thought that's what you were asking for, was my Trump. Do you want to see my Trump or his Trump? That's what I'm asking.
Art Vandelay?
Hold on, I'll find it for you.
Yes, yours.
Okay. I think I did it. Well, I know I did it before Thailand because I gave, okay, that's London. See, the problem is that I suck at Instagram. That's Spain. That's like 3 years ago. And you can see that I by no means have, oh, look, there's my computer all torn open. Wah.
Okay, here we go. I am sorry to re-ask, but I missed it. But when it comes to people making $40 to $50 jewelry, is that only possible if someone is getting something manufactured in China? My facility charges me $25 casting.
Yes. As
And
far as I can say, you're only going to get it if you're getting something from Thailand or China. And China can do it because they're controlling their metal markets, from what I understand. Like, they actually are like, oh, look, two of my favorite people on the planet. Oh, that's Jomena and Sakaki Kaoru. It's the ZBrush Summit. Hold on. Oh, really? What the hell? It's got to be up here. What the hell? I don't see it.
have you done many glass eyes?
I do. I love glass eyes. No, I didn't make this. These are actually, you want to see a beautiful glass eye. Look at this thing from the 1890s. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yes.
So I love, this guy actually is on eBay. He has a whole, from what I understand, it was his father's friend or something. He worked with this guy. And so when the guy died, they literally have hundreds of his old eyes that he did.
Oh, wow.
And I really he used to have a whole bunch of them in different sizes. And now it's mostly the big ones that they have left. But I'd like to just buy all of them, honestly, and just start making wackadoodle eyes.
Right? Just eyepieces everywhere.
I mean, come on. That's just great. And I've made a bunch of eyeball rings. So getting those was pretty spectacular. Yeah, I've done furniture, and I'm trying to get these produced right now. There's a ceramic or a porcelain place in Poland. I'm trying to see if we make the molds for them, would they be willing to produce them?
Ceramic place here in Oklahoma that is pretty well known. I can't remember the name of the place.
Well, ask them if they do custom packed.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do lines of stuff. I'll ask.
Yeah, because most of the time, porcelain places have their own like stuff molds, or
Right.
press molds, and so they stay with the same styles because they know they don't blow up, and they know they don't. Problem with those is the thick, the thin, the thick, the thin. They might have issues. I'll find it, Ruby. I'm not sure where it is. Sorry.
We got I'm Stefan asking, how do you get furniture manufactured? I saw you make a table, I believe.
There's a place in. I don't think they're in Tulsa. It's a place called Metal Physics, and they're in. I want to say it's New Mexico, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you said it was in New Mexico.
Santa Fe, maybe.
Santa Fe. Yeah, I was gonna say it's.
And they are absolutely awesome. They do a lot of fine art stuff, like big fine art bronzes and stuff. But they have a QD robotic arm, and so they're doing huge CNC milled stuff that's just sex. It's so awesome. And they made my furniture for me. Hold on. Let's look at them. They're good. Oh, it's because I don't want meta. I want metal. PHYSICS. Let's just do .com. Yeah. They're just awesome.
Yeah, sadly I lost that page. But
Oh, that's what's her name. But they do a lot of big art bronze stuff. They are fantastic. And they're super cool. I mean, they're just really, really nice, good people to work with. Let's see what's going on here. It's hard to find places that are really willing to work with you. And they definitely are. Because I design stuff that's hard.
yeah, Armin says we could chat over Discord, and I'll recommend to you. I print all the parts in-house, not outsourcing my casting.
Cool.
So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic.
Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah.
No, it's like any help I can get where I can try to provide better services for my students. I think that, it's like, yeah, I'm always looking for, stuff for me as well. But really it's been focusing on trying to get things where, because the problem with anyone's trying to start these days is it's just so damn expensive to try to produce pieces. It's just expensive because, most people didn't grow up around it or in it or, so, yeah. Let's face it, jewelry isn't the cheapest thing in the world to start. Just, silver is cheap and it still costs a few $100 sometimes to get parts made. So, it's a tricky thing to get done right. All right. And now we're going to just take
What was that metal shop again in Santa Fe?
metal physics.
Metal physics.
Yeah, they're super cool. And they're great casters. I mean, they're talented casters. They do some real tricky casting. I can't wait to get my tables and stuff actually up and out for sale. So trying to find some place in Miami so we can get them put into a gallery at Art Basel and start selling some of them so they can make some profit.
Well, there you go.
So if anybody knows anyone who has a gallery for Art Basel, who wants to put a little art furniture in their thingy-mabob, tell me. Because trying to get into Art Basel's a nightmare.
All right, we got Zumi asking in ZBrush in preferences performance. I noticed.
Oh my God.
MEX threads. There's always one core less selected. When I turn off optimized and crank it up to use all 60 cores instead of 15, is that not recommended?
Henry, do you have any idea what that means? Sorry, I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. I turn everything on red line and just push it until it burns out. So I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. Henry, did you read that? Do you have any clue what that means?
I don't. I thought in ZBrush you couldn't change how many cores it was using. I usually do it through the task manager. I set it to high priority. Nizumi, where is that option in ZBrush?
It's got it here. Preferences, performance. Yeah, so I mean, there's probably a better tree. He's probably got a better tree typed out for you.
Multi-draw optional quick.
I would think that the first core is the core that's working everything, and that's why you can't use it. And then it's asking you access the rest of the cores. Here you go, Nizumi. Preference, performance, and you have to
you have to turn off optimal to see it.
Ah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Max
so-
threads.
Yeah, so my max threads are 8. I assume that's because I'm on a Skylake i7.
Yeah, this is max 6.
Max 6? What are you on, an i5 over there?
I don't know. I can get it to 8.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
no.
because it's a core.
Yeah, it's that core.
Yeah.
That's the way.
This
core-
isn't my home machine. I mean, I have 32.
32 monsters.
Well, that's core. Yeah. Dual 18. So that's, if it's threads, because it's a dual threaded thing, it's 64. Is that right? Because it multi-threads?
Oh, that's a Henry question. My
right.
understanding is. Go ahead, please enlighten us, Henry.
No, threads does not equal cores.
Right. No, that's what I was saying. Oh. Well, it's usually double, right? If it's a, I don't know. I'm not even going to talk about it because that just sounds stupid.
I don't know. I got too many things in front of me to follow the conversation. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see how you are.
I'm having 6 conversations over here. Blame Armin. Let's all blame Armin.
Yeah.
All right, there you go, Armin. You got blamed.
See, now you know you're part of the family. You just got blamed.
Right, you're in it now.
Sorry,
Zoom.
I'm an idiot. I don't know anything about that.
Threads are double core.
Right, it's
I
usually
had-
double the
yeah.
core.
Right. When I asked ZBrush helpline, they said that threads are basically a trick.
Right, it's like a virtual core.
Yeah, it's like a virtual core. So, yeah.
So my 18 core chip will thread at 32. And I have a dual 18, so it'll thread at 64. Something like that. The hell if I know. I'm not going to... See, I'm just talking again and sounding stupid. So it's not a good look for me, I don't think, you know. I'm so...
In all honesty, Zumi, call Pixologic during the day, and they will be more than happy. The helpline will talk to you about it and enlighten you. Because I have never had a problem with getting to them and them explaining everything to me.
Yeah,
Very,
no, they're
very
very
good,
good about that. They are incredibly helpful.
Yeah, and really you got to remember that. I mean, they're going to tell you this when you're on there on the helpline. I mean, the program is set up to optimally use your machine at its best. So when you start tinkering around with those settings, you're taking off all their stuff that they've used that they've put there to make the program use your machine.
Yeah, and I know that they did a big optimization for 2021. It reads files dramatically better, supposedly, or it just in general, it works better, I guess they did. I know that the optimization was a big part of the last update. They talked about it in beta, and it sounded to me like core, benchmark, you know. So that's what I gained out of that, honestly. I was like, oh, look, it changed the color. Pretty colors.
Because I was gonna build a dual core Threadripper machine. I mean, I was gonna bells and whistles it all out, and I called to ask them to make sure that it would use all my cores and how I would do that. And they're like, it automatically does it. You don't have to do anything. It's meant to do it automatically. It will use every bit of your machine to its fullest potential. You don't have
It's
to do
true.
anything.
I redline my machine at home all the time. Boo!
Yeah, and yours is a monster.
Yeah, I redline it constantly.
So yeah, I've really, quite honestly, contact them and ask them. I mean, you'll get right through to tech support. But really, you shouldn't have to do anything. You shouldn't really mess with those settings because it should be perfect the way it is.
But I'm sure that someone has an opinion about anything, and they'll be happy to give it to you.
Yeah.
And they know. I mean, it's a very well informed group of people, because it's a very small group, and so the people who work at ZBrush are all neck deep in it. You know, you're not going to get someone who's like, well, I don't know what a brush is, like you might get in other support.
Yeah, at one point when I told him my setup, he was like, you're going to get diminishing returns. You're not even going to see half of those processors.
All I know, they say that, right? You know, they say that. But I have a machine that has a ton of cores. And I'll tell you what, I make models that other people cannot make because my machine doesn't choke out when I have 100. Because a lot of people are like, well, I can open 100 million poly model. Yeah, but it's divided up into like 15 subtools. My machine at home, I just decimated 108 million poly model, and it did it. So, you know, they say that, but I think there's some silliness to that because my machine works harder and faster, and my machine's 6 years old. And I still do models that people can't do. So I understand that they think that might be true. But, you know, if you have benchmarks, maybe someone's convinced that's true. But I'll tell you what. Yeah. I want as much core. I want a gigabyte of RAM. Or, I mean, a terabyte of RAM. I want a horse-whipping beast is what I want. Because it works.
Analogy that was given to me was the processor is the guy holding the person and the RAM is doing the punching. Or no, wait, it's the other way around. The RAM is the guy holding the person and the processors are the guys doing the punching.
So I brought a rugby team to the game.
Yes.
Because they hold your heart.
RAM is holding spatial relations of the model, and the processor is kicking its hiney.
Yep.
Yeah, you brought a rugby team and then some.
Yeah. I brought the 1986 rugby nationals, all of the teams, because back then you could really beat the snot out of people.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's got it right. RAM is the space work, and the CPU is the worker. Same thing. Yep. Okay. Oh no, Zumi's asking Henry. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I was more informative about that stuff, but I'm a dork. I'm a sculptor, man. I have no clue whatsoever. I am poorly informed on that.
The artist not meant to hold that stuff.
Yeah, that's not. I mean,
So
like,
is that
I'm
right
perfectly.
brain?
What's that?
Right brain is mathematics and all that. Left brain is creative. It's the other way around.
Drawing with the left side of your brain. Right brain is creative. Left brain is mathematics.
Isn't that entirely false? Hasn't that been disproven?
I have no idea whatsoever.
It's been disproven.
All I know, yeah, I think you're right. Because how things shuffle, or like they were talking about, that's something that happens as a cross, how it crosses over, it does blah, blah, blah. I think I read that article, actually. I think you're right. But there is a really wonderful book called Drawing with the Left Side of Your Brain,
Oh, I'm
which
looking it up on audio right now.
which gives you exercises that kind of approach drawing differently, where it's like draw the airspace you see. So you're only looking at the negative space instead of trying to draw it with the positive space. Do contour drawing where you never lift your pencil off the paper and things like that. So it makes you think about the forms differently. And that was a very good book. I know quite a few people who have benefited from that book because it makes you think about what you're seeing differently. Because at the end of the day, all of this artist nonsense, okay, you do have to learn a craft, right? In sculpting, you do have to learn how to use your tools. But I know people who are brilliant draftsmen or craftsmen, right? And their art sucks. You can draw, a photorealistic something, or you can draw, but your brain isn't thinking about those objects creatively. So I think there's something really to be said about learning how to see. I do believe that is something that we don't teach any art in schools anymore, do we?
Don't think so. My kid has a little bit of art, but they do have a music program.
Thank you, Armin. I really appreciate your time. And I look forward to talking to you and getting the list of stuff and just communicating because, we have some things going on that you might be interested in with the new site and stuff. And very cool. I appreciate it. I was shocked when I... Go ahead.
Thank you, Armin. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, no. You call ZBrush, you're getting... Well, Joseph's now in the Carolinas, but you're going to wind up getting Paul or, oh my God, Solomon. You're getting the developers. It's a small company in the sense of the quantity of people. It's a small company.
Yeah, I am literally always amazed every time I call that right off the bat. I'm talking to a human, and I actually say that. I'm like, "Whoa, wait, you're a human?"
Yeah.
Because I'm already ready for the phone tree, and there's never a phone tree.
And the thing about it is that they're one of the few groups of people that actually care if you are understanding or not. They'll actually try to get you to understand what you're not understanding, as opposed to, oh, well, that's nice.
Hey, Tomas, is it drawing with the right side
No,
of the brain?
could be.
Maddie Edwards?
I just posted a link. I think that's the right.
I'm sure it is. I'm dyslexic. It's all the same thing to me.
Right, exactly. It worked out for us.
Yep, that's it. But it's some really interesting articles about how to think about how to see. Or not articles, project-y sort of workshop-y thing.
All right, link list, Henry.
Oi, oi.
You're awesome, Sauce.
You guys kill it. When people ask me about it, I'm always like, what, don't you have Google? What am I, your Google monitor?
So long as you don't call it the Google, you're good.
What's wrong with the Google machine?
The Google.
I do call it the Google machine every once in a while.
I have to call it the Google when I talk to my mom. You know, Mom, did you use the Google?
Oh, it's painful. I feel that way sometimes. The TikTok, I'm like, I don't even know what that is. I don't want to know what it is. I mean, I know what it is, but I mean, just the concept that
It's not worth it.
that people are like, there are actual literal like TikTok celebrities, and I just, good God, our society's falling apart.
All of that, and the Quimby now, they're trying to make the Quimby a thing, and the
No,
Yeah.
our society has failed. Our
Killing
founding
these-
fathers would just be so disappointed. I know Samuel Jackson would be annoyed. He'd be in here fist fighting, popping people in the eyes.
Samuel Jackson.
But to be fair, he wasn't really a founding father, but you know what I mean. Yeah, he was Samuel was a lunatic. Actually, he might be right at home, but
Finally, my people.
right? He's like, nah, see now? That might be a little unfair to old Samuel, but I don't feel too bad about it. All right, what do we got here? That one's almost in place. That's not in the right place at all. What the hell was I looking at when I did this?
Literally not to ask what's going on with this piece right here.
I don't even know what happened. That's not even close at all. Bizarro. I wonder if I was looking at this when it was not. See how these are all a little off in the right direction?
I would say your face is a little off. The projection down there, if you look, your triangles are a little off.
Yeah, I think I must have had it sort of at a angle or something, or did I move? Everything's off.
Everything's off. I think you moved it.
I must have. Hold on, before I do this. Bizarro. Okay. Well, I guess I didn't center this part. All right.
But- Huh? How did that happen?
Who knows?
It was good when we started.
Why is it doing that? Oh, hold on. So see how this won't move? See how it touches and it goes? It's because projection is on. I think you can turn projection down. And
I think Henry just got happy about something over here.
You can run ZBrush in Linux with this
what?
tool called Wine. It converts Windows processes into something Linux can understand, and I would never have considered it be able to handle ZBrush.
So as I'm reading here, so much extra free RAM. You got my attention.
Well, that's if you want to learn how to use Linux.
God no, but if it gives a second.
At the cost of your sanity, my friend.
Yeah, no. I am right there with Thomas on Z prompting out of a paper bag, so no.
Oh, you,
What has happened? Oh, you know what happened?
You're working from the back. No.
It was backward. No, it was backwards. And I rotated it. Because I was like, why is this backwards? And now look. Excuse me.
For my sanity.
That is so absolutely and utterly annoying. So, stop it. If I...
Well, Linux is supposed to be super great, right?
Depends on who's asking the question.
Ah. All my programmer friends love it. Swear by it.
Yeah, I use it every day of my life.
So much they froth at the mouth about it.
Yep, it's great.
But
For some people.
For some people.
There's a lot of people I wouldn't want running Linux.
me?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big old dummy. So for everyone who's using photo referencing, you're not allowed just to flip your model. Now, I could do this. I think it's just mirror Z. Oh, nope. Oh,
See, that looks great right there. I mean,
doesn't matter. I'll just move it.
like Kat said in class, you've gotten so much done. It looks great.
Like, no, there's a photo reference sitting on top of it. It's not even close. Or this is,
And it's flat.
well, I wouldn't say I'm flat, but
Oh, that's what she said. Then you turn it sideways, and it's flat.
well, some of us try to do dimensionality first. I mean, one of the first things I did was I got everything in place backwards. Right, we're sort of there. So now we turn floor off. But see, I'm dimensional.
Yeah. And Kat's was good. Don't get me wrong. Hers was real good.
I like that, Jeff. I'm completely down with going to the wine bottle first.
Oh.
That means an entirely different thing.
They're talking about Linux and using the
That's the
one-
Linux thing.
Yeah.
I use ZBrush Mint. Is that what you're talking about, Mint? Is that what Nazumi's talking about too?
No.
No.
Nazumi's asking about the custom UI. I see one by the name on Gumroad.
By my name?
Like, really? Do you have a Gumroad?
Nope.
No.
I didn't think so.
Am
No,
I supposed?
I was clarifying if they meant ZBrush Mint as in Linux Mint or ZBrush Mint, the UI that I see on Gumroad named
Oh,
ZBrush Mint.
Or are they talking Mini? I just forgot the...
is there a ZBrush Mini?
They could have meant a lot of things.
Yeah. Please clarify.
All I know is, nope. Clay tubes. That's my answer.
We have to restart the conversation, Nazumi says.
Clay tubes. It's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Here you go.
If you can't do it in clay tubes, screw it.
You shouldn't do it at all.
Yep. Just saying. Just saying.
Does anybody have any questions?
Can anyone answer mine?
Zumi says there's ZBrush, ZBrush Core, ZBrush Core Mini, which is free.
Oh, that's right. Mini is the free version. I
Yeah,
forgot
you get
about
like 3 brushes and 4 functions or something. I can't
Yeah,
remember. It's
but
very-
at the end of the day, if someone's never tried ZBrush, I think it's probably a good option. I would assume.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it is very enlightening to be like, holy. I'm sure light shines out of your computer in a godly way, even with that, when you discover it.
When David showed me ZBrush, I almost peed myself. Because I'm not really a CAD person. and me trying to deal with Rhino. I was a little frustrated with old Rhino. Because to make something sculptural, you really had to do, what do you call it, point modeling or whatever, where you just move.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, that sucked. I'm just going to say that. That was not entertaining.
But to make things like clasps and closures, I definitely still prefer Rhino.
Oh, well, sure, because it's still a CAD-ish program. It has all the CAD features, what makes it useful to do that kind of.
But then as soon as I'm done making it in Rhino, I'm going to import it into ZBrush and make it actually pretty.
Yeah, because,
modeling.
My problem is that Rhino still makes no sense to me at the end of the day. You know what I mean? I'm a friggin' sculptor, man. It's just like, I don't.
Toby Gabing is asking, hello, sir. I am in India. Which software is better for modeling animation?
Well, I mean, if you're trying to do everything, I think Maya is your universal animation software. If you're trying to talk about, doing organics modeling, then ZBrush. But most people in animation are going to use both, I think. As far as if you're talking about Pixar and things like that, that's a completely different beast.
And they have proprietary software and in-house software. Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of things. They used to use RenderMan just for the rendering out. They used Maya for modeling. There was 2 or 3 in-house things that were written for them.
Yeah, our friends worked for ILM, and they actually he got his job there, and he worked for a year and a half on the in-house software to do helicopter blade blur. That's what he worked on for like a year and a half. He was like, "Why?"
Yeah, that's yeah. I can't do NURBS. NURBS kill me. 3D Studio Max was NURBS. Lightwave was points, and I can do Lightwave, but 3D Studio Max, I'm like, this is horse crap.
I sat with 3D Studio. My ex-girlfriend went to UCLA for scenic design, and I sat with 3D Studio Max and made some architectural models, and that was okay. But there's no, I could never do this there. Yeah. I'm not saying it can't be done there. I'm saying I could not do that.
Right. Yeah, I was in my office had 10 artists. They were all 3D Studio Max guys. I was the only Lightwave guy. I had to learn 3D Studio Max, and for a week I had one normal that was flipped in my model, and I couldn't get it to flip around. And none of them, not a single person in there, we're talking years of experience, none of them could tell me how to do it. I'm like, in Lightwave, you'd go here, and hit this, and there you go. Or you'd hit this key. And they could not tell me for the life of them. It was infuriating. I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, NURBS I cannot do. So, and okay, wait a minute, we got, can you tell me the difference between ZBrush and ZBrush Core?
Well, I think Henry started on Core. Maybe he could. I've never even opened Core, to be deadly honest.
It's extremely similar, except that it lacks. There's only like a dozen brushes or so, but really, it's got everything you need to start learning. There are some.
Like it doesn't have Boolean and things like that, does it?
It does have Boolean. It doesn't have
does,
live
really?
Boolean. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it can Boolean. You just can't see the effect of your Boolean before you click the button.
Oh, interesting.
Before you finalize it, or
well, who cares?
But even then, who cares? You just save it, save the project, do the Boolean. If it fails, screw it. I don't remember.
Well, that's why they have undo button. I mean, you know,
I don't think so. I don't think you can undo.
Yeah.
what?
I don't think you can undo a Boolean. I think it's
Yeah.
permanent. It
Well, oh,
the way you're used to doing it out of folders, yes, but I don't remember if you can do it out of folders.
I don't think you can, if I remember correctly. I don't even know if it has folders. Does it have folders?
I don't remember. I think so though.
Because like I've got a buddy that's got Core. They bought Core because they were too cheap to buy the full program, and my Core will do light years more than theirs. But they get by. But yeah, they just refuse to buy the full program.
I think if you don't need all that extra stuff, you don't need it.
Right. Well, they're trying to sculpt adult toys and whatnots, and
yeah, you don't need that.
It can make a real good cylinder in Core.
right. Yeah. Yeah. But
yeah.
yeah. It's just
But you're not going to get my alien.
No,
right.
you can't open any of your brushes, your UI, anything
no.
that was produced in regular full version ZBrush can't be imported.
Hmm.
But it's if you upgrade it, it's more the cost is taken off of your upgrade.
Is the full cost applicable?
Well, you buy Core, right? And if you want to upgrade to the full version, the cost of the Core that you've bought is applied to your upgrade cost.
That's really nice. Honestly, I mean that's.
And I pay monthly, so Core was $10 a month. ZBrush Full is $40 a month.
Right. So it's a good way to get into it and start learning. So let's see here. We have questions. The only thing that really boils my blood in ZBrush is working to scale. I wish.
Why do you have such problems with it? I mean, ZBrush has very good scale tools. What are the problems you have with working in scale?
I wish it was just a matter of setting up types of units.
Well,
Wah.
but that's what it is. Am I missing something there?
No, I think they really just need to see set scene scale.
Right.
Oh my god, if it's Carmeet, I'm killing everyone. No.
No, it's Mizumu. Let's just add another name. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
Okay, I'm coming after you, woman. So here. Okay, so you start. How come I don't have a star? Where's my star? How did I lose my star?
Oh no.
Hey, that's weird.
Did you control right click the background and make it disappear?
All right, well, we'll start with something that's not a star. Since for some reason, I don't have a star. So, you open ZBrush, all right? No, don't feel stupid. It's just a lot of people don't deal with scale, and I've been dealing with scale for... I mean, the thing is this. Okay, here's the number one thing you need to learn, okay? When you have units, okay? Like, up here. So, if you go into your gizmo and you hit Y, you get your transpose tool, right? So I use my transpose tool as a universal ruler because it is set to scale. So within preferences, if you go to transpose units, all right, what we have, hold on, let's grab this, bring this over here. Boom. So what you need to understand, and see up here, oh, hold on, where'd it go? Crap. Let's go over this. Where is it? Okay, there we go. So, boop. See right here? Oh, the bastard disappeared. All right, let's try that again. Okay, see up there the corner where there used to be a box? See how it says 5.1401 units? An internal unit of ZBrush is a millimeter. ZBrush has a scale. 1 unit is a millimeter. Okay? So you never have to change anything. Units are millimeters. Okay. So I use my transpose tool as a ruler. So under preferences, oh, you okay. So see how we have units, unit scale is 1, right? Because I want 1 unit to be 1 unit, thus a millimeter. Minor ticks I have set to 10. Major ticks I have set to 1. So what does that do? As I drag my little groover here out, see, I have 10 minor ticks, 1 big tick. So that means this is a millimeter. These little lines are tenths of millimeters. For what I do, tenths of millimeters are fine, right? So I can just go like this, drag this over here, and I look up here, 1.6 units. I know that this is 1.6 millimeters, right? Okay, so now, set scene scale. Honestly, once again, you don't really have to set scene scale. You come down here, you push millimeters, and now, when sliders to subtool, 1.3 millimeters, because that's the height, it's a square. All right, so if you want, instead of, the only time you need to set scene scale is instead of it saying 1.612 units, you really want that to say millimeters. What you can do is we are going to come here and see this thing that says 1 unit helper. Hit that and it'll produce a square. We're going to delete this guy because I don't need it. Delete. Okay. And see, we now have a square. We sliders to subtool. Boop. Look, it's 1 millimeter. So now you know that this is 1 millimeter. If you go set scene scale, boop, 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter, boop. And now up here, you see how it went from 1.6012 units to 1.6012 millimeters. But you don't really have to do that. I almost never do that because I know a unit's a millimeter. So I use update size ratios as well. Click update size ratios. Look, 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter. So there you go. Now, if you want this to be in inches, you just flip to inches, and now 1 is going to be an inch. So you go 1 unit helper, we switch to int, we go to set scene scale, and now if I want 1 unit to be an inch, I come right here and see 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, boop. It can be 1 foot, it can be 1 centimeter. So you can set your scene scale right here using this as a calibration block. So then it is going to change the core unit to centimeter, inch, or foot. So if you're working in different scales, obviously you can do this. But even when I work in big things, I still work in millimeters. I don't ever work in anything really not millimeters. So, yeah. So all this stuff, this set scene scale stuff, is actually over here in Scale Master. This stuff right here is all this stuff right here. I just pull it out. So Nazumi, do you have any questions about that? Did that make sense?
Guess what I was missing is the scene scale. Thank you, man.
No problem. Yeah. And the thing is you don't even really have to do that. If you look at units, right? Anytime you're measuring any of these things, units are going to be millimeters. The internal scale of ZBrush is millimeters. But if you want to change the scale, if you want to change that unit to something else, you do it in set scene scale. And then set up your ruler. So like if you were doing like 1 unit is a foot, right? So if you come in here to preferences, you have a major tick at every unit. And then if it's a foot, if you're doing, imperial, minor ticks, you would change to 12. And now you have, or 11. You change it to 11. No. I have to set the 10. So I assume you set it to, it's 12. So it's going to go from the beginning tick to the end tick. And then that way you're dealing with inches. And if you want to be really clever, you'd set it to 24, and then you have a click every half inch. Or 32, and then you have a click every quarter inch. No, that's not true. Is that true? I don't know. I don't deal with those numbers. I just like to slide a decimal point. The concept of dividing things by 12 is just the dumbest thing in the universe to me. Okay.
All right, so Stefan's asking, can you make money using the $40 a month version? Yes, you can, because you're paying for the program. It's the same as people paying for Photoshop. You're paying the monthly thing as a professional to use their software.
Oh, I see. Are you allowed to make money?
Yeah, are you allowed to make money? Yeah, you're paying to use the software. Yes, you can make money using the $40 a month one. That's the license. There was a little discussion, and that needed to be clarified because the only way you can't make money with that is if you have a student license, because that specifically says as a student you are not allowed to profit from the use of this software.
Does it really?
Yes.
Cool.
That's the whole meaning behind student software. So there you go. And then one person wanted to ask, he said, I'm sorry, it's a basic question, but one I needed to know the answer to. Do you think drawing is important to sculpting?
I'd say yeah. I mean, most of what I did as a kid was draw because you can't carry clay around with you. But I've always been a sculptor. I played with Legos and Play-Doh and crap like that before I ever really started drawing. Well, probably not actually. Probably did it all at the same time. I think that if you learn to draw, you learn to identify forms, right? It's like, what are the shapes that make that object up? And especially if you're doing like life drawing or something like that, I find it very, very helpful. But sculpting is important for sculpting, and a lot of people forget that. I mean, I've stopped drawing. I don't draw much at all anymore. And it's really frustrating because I enjoyed drawing, but not anymore. I draw very little these days.
Yeah, sadly, since I started taking these classes, I haven't picked a pencil up.
Yeah, it's been, it's sad because I think if you're good at drawing, you can throw down ideas very quickly. I would say more quickly than sculpting, but I'm pretty good at throwing down ideas now. So I just, like in ZBrush, I just find it a waste of time to try to work things out in drawing and then come back in and try to work it out in physical models. So I find it much more useful just to get in there and sculpt, honestly. Did that answer that?
I believe so. I think you got, So it is important to a degree, and then you start,
I mean, anything you do that enables you to identify abstract form and make it like understanding form, learning to see, right? I think we were talking about this earlier. I think learning to see is one of the most important things about art, because you really have to take abstract shapes and figure out what abstract shapes are making the things you see, right? Oh, it's a cylinder, a square, a tube, and that will allow you to quickly identify form and be able to interpolate it into the drawing and or sculpt. So yeah, it's very important to be able to translate information that way.
Someone's asking, doesn't it feel like you're wasting time on two things, whereas you can just enter ZBrush and start practicing what you need?
Yeah, but I think that once again, if you're having a hard time understanding form, right, I think drawing can only help you with that. But yeah, I agree. I just, for me, it just seems like in my design process, it just seems to be a waste of time for me to try to go two-dimensional, because I'm not nearly as good a draftsman as I used to be, and so my I sit there and struggle and get frustrated with what I'm doing. So I think it's silly, because
Yeah,
I'm a
all my
far better
friends
sculptor than a drafter.
Yeah, all my friends that can sculpt cannot draw to save their lives anymore. Um,
Well, not since I've taken up this program. I mean,
yeah,
like when I was designing like costumes and that stuff, you know, you have to sketch, you know, you have to provide that. But I stopped doing that for the most part. I just find this so much more rewarding for me, because I am a sculptor. I've always been a sculptor. It's the only thing I've ever really done. So,
right. But, well, yeah, also, here's the thing. If you're out in the world and you're not at home, you can always find a pencil and paper if you have an idea.
exactly.
And sketch it down. And if you know the basics of drawing, which drawing teaches you, you know, if you're pursuing that, you're going to learn your critical eye, you're going to learn the rules, you're going to learn all the things you need to know, still life, you're going to work on all kinds of things.
Yeah. No, drawing's good.
Your visual vocabulary, all these things that you use in sculpting. But once I said, if you're out in the world and you have an idea and you want to get it down real quick, you can sketch it out and then come home and sculpt it out, or get back to your studio and sculpt it out. That's a advantage.
Oh yeah, no, without a question.
Yeah.
My drawing is so bad now compared to what I mean, I used to be a competent draftsman. And I don't mean when I say draftsman, I mean my capacity to draw. My mother was a very talented painter. And I went to school with a world of friggin' animators. Oh my God, it was so frustrating.
And all they do is draw.
I know, man. You're just like, really? Really, you guys? Grr.
Right. I mean, you do still life that teaches you to see volumes.
Yep.
And how to visualize something as a volumetric
Yep.
object.
Yep. No, I think, it's good.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah. Anything that's...
I can't sculpt. I can draw, but I can't sculpt. But when I'm sculpting, even I know that's wrong.
Yeah. But being able to identify actually what is... I mean, that's what's so interesting about the crits, is that, I have a pretty good critical eye. And, being able to take it and identify actually what's wrong, because sometimes I'll sit there for a few minutes and it doesn't register to me. And then all of a sudden you're like, that's it right there. This point is just pointing in the wrong direction. It breaks the flow of your surfaces, and, critiques, I think, are the best way to learn, as long as you have someone who actually can see, because until someone points it out, they're like, that curves backwards, and you're like, holy Hannah, it's like,
right. You gotta, developing your critical eye is one of the more important things,
and it's hard,
right? And if, like, when I had my tattoo apprenticeship, the tattooer I was apprenticing under and her former apprentice who had graduated, so to speak. They were both, when they would draw something, be like, "Oh, that's good enough," and move on. And I would see a gajillion things wrong with their drawings.
Right. I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Right, right. And then they would ask me my thoughts, and I would be nice and be like, "Well, do you feel it's good?" I mean, you can't in that situation, but when I drew something, I would be like, "This is crap."
Well, if you learned how to draw, that might be okay, but as of right now.
Right. I'd be like, this is such a crappy drawing. God, I got to redo it. And they're like, "Oh, that looks great. What are you talking about?" And I'd start pointing the problems out.
Yeah.
And like, well, if you don't know, if you're not looking at, if you don't know what you're looking at, you didn't catch it.
No, I had a really good education as far as all that goes. CalArts was a fantastic place.
So yeah, developing your critical eye is a big, big thing, and you do that in either medium. So
Yeah, no, that's a perfectly good answer. Going to Photoshop.
right, I do that too, Henry. When I was in class, that's what I did first.
It really helps me stay on track because I don't know, I'm not good enough at ZBrush yet to do my ZModeler block-ups. And I sort of lose myself in the process and forget where I was trying to go. So to be able to look at my other monitor and just sort of remind myself the shape I was trying to get.
Yeah, no. And I mean, just think about it. Every Renaissance artist went through an apprentice program, and all they did was copy the master work, and then try to learn the brush strokes of the master and try to, copy the master. That's why, there was that part that they just found that was said that it wasn't a Rembrandt. And then they were like, well, actually it probably is a Rembrandt. It's just a younger Rembrandt because his student body really couldn't use blue or whatever it is. You know what I mean? It's like, and they've now decided that it was a Rembrandt. But, everyone who was Rembrandt's apprentices basically, they did exactly what he did, and they tried to copy his brushstrokes and then your masterpiece was when you made something that didn't look like your master, right? And so, copying is a very, very big part of learning.
Right. Yeah, I tried to do that with like Henry does in Photoshop in class, and then the moment I got into ZBrush, it went right off the rails. Like I would sculpt the line out and be like, "Oh, well, that's so much better," and then.
Well, it's tricky because like something like this, where this has to be in relation to an image, right? Using images is a good way of getting your proportions and stuff correct, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, we got when you projected the drawing onto your model to begin sculpting it, what did you do? I missed that part of the stream.
Well, for this, I'm not actually projecting. I have the, if you go here under draw, see this project on mesh? Ooh, you can make it 100%, right? It's just, it's a little slider and it gives you your percentages and it says project on mesh. Now, an easy way when you're in project on mesh, you can rotate this out just a touch. And if you look, I can push this in and you can see I can see the line of the mesh here. And so when this becomes blue, it's outside the line. When I push it in, that's on the line, right? So you can kind of just really quickly figure out where your line is by coming in blue, going back down, coming in blue, going back down, boop. You can punch this down. Because that image is being cast through that view, even if you change your position. So that's the easiest way to get your silhouette in is kind of just
work that threshold of the image and the silhouette. All right, so we got one more question, sir. I am just starting with ZBrush and have all the basic info, get to get to advanced stuff, do I take a course
Well,
on sites like Skillshare, or should I just learn from YouTube?
um, I think yeah, all of the above. I think that YouTube can help you solve specific issues, right? How do I do X? You know, some of those videos are very good. The problem is that for some reason there are a lot of idiots making YouTube videos who don't understand a damn thing about what they're talking about, and they can get very problematic. You're not, you know, so finding someone who's competent is the first step. I think that taking a class can be super helpful in the sense, though, because, like, you know, you can learn a great deal from me on this stream, right? You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. And some of that is some very specific, very tricky technical stuff that, you know, it's taken me 16 years to figure out and develop. But even then, you're not getting it in a logical, helpful way, right? And in my class, I always say it like, well, you know, I can give you ketchup, and I can give that person over there lettuce, and I can give that person sourdough bread, and I can give you some ham, and I can give you a crouton. But none of you have a sandwich, right? When you're learning a creation system, there's an entire process that you have to kind of wrap your head around. So I would say it's well worth taking classes. And now the next question is, what classes? Well, you know, find a place that's reputable. If you want to do stylized character animation or stylized character, you know, Shane has an incredible community. You know, if you want a really professional oriented place and you have plenty of money, Noman is a fantastic place. You know, it all depends on what you're trying to do. But I would definitely say taking a class is super helpful, especially early on, because it gives you a structure and an order in how to approach things that you're not going to understand the order of approachment if you're just getting snippets. At least that's what I found. Oh yeah, no, Michael's awesome. Actually, he just started teaching at Ryan's thing, Vector School, I think. Yeah, Shane Olson's great.
Just throwing those that you threw out there. So
Yeah.
it depends on what you want to do too. If you want to go into making things, I would take your class. If you wanted to do, like you said, stylized game art, I would take Shane's class.
Yeah, because we definitely teach different things. I teach a really weird way of looking at ZBrush, I've come to discover. I thought that like more people were coming up my street, but I discovered during the ZBrush Master video series that that's not true. Yeah, but I teach, the info that I give you here is really about manufacturing, right?
Henry beat me to my vertex.
And that was just the general vertex link for.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff in there.
For Michael.
Right. So yeah, it just really depends on what you're shooting.
What's your end goal? Yeah, what are you trying to accomplish? I know I always feel like I'm cheesing out and not answering that question, but it varies so much. It's really tricky to answer that question.
From experience, I originally started looking for ZBrush courses on Skillshare and found nothing. There were a couple that were really focused on. God, I don't even remember. They were so bad. Anyway, they weren't very good. There are some decent ones on LinkedIn Learning, but they teach you how to use the interface. They don't teach you how to art. They don't teach you how to think in
Think.
shapes.
Yeah.
They just teach you how to use the tool. And that's like someone teaching you how to sharpen a pencil, showing you where the eraser is, showing you how to hold it, and then walking away.
Right.
And then you thinking, I can art now, I know how to draw. Someone taught me how to sharpen this pencil. It's just not true. Someone has to teach you how to think in shapes.
Yeah, I think that's very true.
Yeah, I took before the first thing I did was I went to Genome and Workshops, and I took and walked through Madeline Scott's Introduction to ZBrush, and just like you said, it teaches you, it tells you about all the things, but yeah, it doesn't give you the here's how we think about using these things. She just goes, here's these things, here's how
Right.
you can use them, which is great because then you go into like Thomas's class and you go, hey, I've heard of this. I have a smidgen of knowledge about it. Here's how it's applied.
Yeah.
And then like you said, you learn the art. You learn to do art then. But yeah. So,
Yeah, it's hard. It's tricky to answer those questions because the other thing is people learn differently. It's like, yeah, like I suck at learning from videos. I don't, because I want to touch it. I want to touch it. And if you're sitting there trying to touch it and learn from the video, you're not going to be paying attention to the video, and it's going to be a very frustrating experience.
right.
I can speak
And
from,
it depends on your budget.
yeah. I mean,
But if you
if
got
you
a lot
want,
of money, Omen,
yeah, if you want to learn to do character animation, get into CalArts. It's like, but you're going to pay as much as it costs to go to Yale. CalArts is not a cheap place, that's for sure. But if they want you there, they'll find scholarship money for you.
Reminder to email Jimmy.
Who's Jimmy? Oh, yeah, right.
Jimmy
Yeah. No. I'm like, what? Never mind, I got it. Yeah.
I have a running to-do list for you in Discord. It's on there.
yeah, right.
It's so sad, but I really need it. Man, if it's not in front of me, I suck.
I'm still learning the fine art of where in front of you actually is.
Well, we have yet to figure that out. Yeah, in front of me was always G coming up and going, "Hey, jackass, did you do this?" I'm like, "Oh yeah." That's what in front of me has been, because there hasn't been a single place to get stuff anchored, and I can't open. I haven't been able to open Slack from home for about a month and a half now. Because ZBrush Live, they use Slack. And I know that Tony tried to use Slack, and I guess I was very disappointing.
Yep.
But I can Discord opens at home, so that's a big bonus.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I mean,
Install Slack on your phone?
what's that?
Have you tried to use Slack on your phone?
It's still, I get it half the time. I mean, like, literally, I get notifications like a day late or 2 days late. There's no cell reception where I live either. I mean, I really do live in BFE. It's really kind of tragic. I'm always saying don't draw on surfaces, but I just want to know where these lines are later.
This is kind of one of those, you gotta have place markers.
Yeah, I just gotta see what's going on around here. Well, the real issue is work. I mean, just put hours in. I mean, when I decided to take up digital sculpting, now luckily that's a horrible thing to say. The man my mother lived with fell through the ice and died in Wisconsin. And I went back for the funeral, and my mom was pretty torqued. And so I was like, you know what, June, I'm not really doing anything right now. I'll come and hang out with you here and, kind of help you transition through this. And so I lived in Northwest Wisconsin. I didn't do anything. I mean, I literally worked, 18 hours a day. And my OCD lets me do things like that. If you're not OCD, that might be tricky. But, it really is about just putting the man hours in. Now, getting a class and getting that base structure. Because, I bought ZBrush and I had never touched it. I had no clue about it. And I spent a month probably trying to figure it out. And I got to a point where I could make objects and stuff. But there was still a handful of things I was just having a really hard time understanding. And so at that time, Meets Myers had this 6 CD,
Oh, wow.
Meets Myers does ZBrush or whatever it was called. And I got that. I went through it once. And then there were a couple things I double checked on, but that got me through the, some of the things that I just wasn't understanding, because the ZBrush interface does have stuff that's just, if you don't get it, ZBrush is going to be miserable for you. And, but after that, I got it. And then I just worked and worked and worked and worked and worked and worked and worked. And luckily I could take, 2 years to sit and do that. And started making money after about, probably a year. I had the company kind of sorted out to the point where I was making money and doing okay. And then that allowed me to do other stuff. And, it really was just getting in there and working. I can't tell you how much man hours is going to actually get you, where, like I said, where school helps is it gives you a structure, in the sense of it's going to teach you to do things in a specific order. And if you do things out of order, you can be completely, absolutely, and utterly screwed, and you'll have a miserable experience. So you have to be, does that, oh no, I thought that was a tail, but that's the distance to the illustration. So I think in that sense, just taking a class that actually isn't going to just teach you this is a brush, but teaches you a little philosophy in, okay, well, this is a brush, but why and how do I care about that brush, So I think classes help, but man hours are what's going to actually make you accomplish something. And then bring models to critiques. Get someone to look at your models. Because a lot of the time, we can't see what's wrong with our models. It takes an exterior eye to see stuff a lot of the time. Well, at least I think so. at my university, critiques were a very big part of the curriculum. And I think that we benefited greatly from them. Woo. Okay. Yeah, and just go to community classes, take life drawing. If someone has a life sculpture class, take life sculpture. But life drawing is super good for you because life drawing is limited time and you're taking something that is in organic form and you have to understand how to break it out. Because life drawing doesn't give you time to futz with stuff, right? Let's kind of shift to this. Let's go to frame. Let's get this around. Right, so in life drawing, you're going to have to learn how to identify your shapes, right? So you're like, okay, well, that's an oval, that's a half round, your ear. Okay, and that's kind of coming like that. That is the top of a rectangle. And you'll start to get form information. And this, being able to know what's going on quickly and then be able to come in and tune your drawing, you know, having the time to come in and identify the detail. Now you're like, okay, well, that's an eye and that's an eye. And so as soon as you learn how to identify form, right, because what's a body? Okay, you have a head, you have jaw, ear, rib cage, hip, outside leg, leg in motion. And what you're going to learn is these are cylinders. Hand, yeah. Wrist is a cylinder. Comes into a ball that's bigger than the cylinder. It goes into a flat plane. Right, learning to identify what the forms actually are. Cylinder, 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 nodule, ribs, you know. Thumb, cylinder, curvy cylinder, you know. Spanny thing, yeah, that's longer actually, but is it, I mean, like being able to identify what shapes, what base shapes things are can only help you. Because that allows you to, like I said, identify what's happening. And the day you can see these as shapes are the day you can translate those shapes into 3 dimensions and sculpt those shapes. Yeah. The thing that I like about life drawing is that you have limited time. You, in that limited time, forces you to identify basic shape breakdown. And as soon as you can break down your forms into primitive forms, then you understand what the surfaces are doing, and then it's something you can interpolate into something useful.
So many artists fight tooth and nail not to do that.
Not to do life drawing?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Cheesy bastards. Get in that life drawing class. It's good for you.
It's just like taking the perspective course. I was like, oh, I know how to do perspective. I don't need to
No,
do that.
you don't. Let me tell you.
And then they go years of doing their own perspective, not knowing perspective.
Yeah, no,
And
it's
then when they finally take a perspective class, like, oh wow, I wish I would have done this earlier.
yeah,
Same
like
thing.
color mixing theory. Oh man.
Right. Right. There's a reason they're called basic. So
You have a sword soft link, Mike?
Thoth Thord.
actually, I do not have a soft
Awesome.
sword link.
Thoth Thord.
No one's ever asked for one. They just ask what the program is, but they never. So I've never, you know.
I see sword soft. I don't.
That's
see
it.
soft.
It's sword soft.
Yeah.
I just make fun of them. I got a Thoth Thord.
Pop that up if did you find it already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who the hell names their software that? It is such a dumb name for software.
Someone that doesn't worry about those particular things, I guess.
Or doesn't have a mind that works like yours.
Right?
Or is female.
Oh well.
Come on, who didn't hear that and think that?
Ha!
What's your program? Thoth Thord.
I'm working on this app.
What? Everyone's mind doesn't work like mine?
No.
I guess a lot of people debate if my mind actually works. So. I'm an original, yeah. What did I just do? Move. Nope. Move. There we go. It's interesting. I think we're going to need to remesh because we seem to have not enough geometry up here to be doing what I want to be doing. I mean, I can always go back up to 6 million polys, but it's still just acting funny. Hmm. Dynamic topology.
'Cause, yeah. 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 'Cause, yeah
I try. No, I just think that my Alt button isn't cutting it all of a sudden. With 2 million polys, I should be having better resolution there. But I'm also not at the point where I'm really trying to tune details too tight. So something I'll wrap my head around later. Shloop. Shloop. Well, I'm a big sort of modernist fan. I liked mannerism was a big one for me. I liked that. Futurism was cool. Dada was cool. I was quite fond of the futurists though. Obviously Art Nouveau as far as architecture and stuff like that. I'm a big Art Nouveau fan. I think Bauhaus had their stuff together pretty well. I'm a big admirer of Bauhaus. In some ways, I'm trying to, with my education platform that's coming up, I'm really going to try to emulate some of the things that Bauhaus did. I think having some place that's about artistic thought but's tied to product, that's tried what is it called, practical arts, I guess, because we can all make things that are wacky and unproducible, but I think being tied into things that are to be manufactured and then have uses is something that appeals to me for my education platform. Now, I hope to have enough time to go out and make completely, absolutely, and utterly useless art. But I was a big fan of mid 15th century German illuminated manuscript. Was one of my big art fetishes for a while when I had enough money to buy it. That's a tricky question because you can find things that are inspiring in most art. I'm not a big realism fan. Once the camera came into the world, I think that trying to do photorealistic art is kind of, who cares? I mean, I think having the technical skills to be able to do photorealistic art as a teaching thing is good. But, I mean, if all you're trying to do is capture that ultimate reality, buy a camera, sort of my, and there are some photorealistic artists in the world who are cussing me right now, but No. I mean, Bauhaus in the sense of, taking that step from, bringing fine art into, useful everyday objects, I think is more what I mean by the Bauhaus stuff, Yeah, I agree. I'm just more of an abstractionist. I like weird, absurd crap, and so I find but see, I would argue, and here we go. I'm going to get into it, I'm sure. I would argue that making creatures for games and things like that isn't art. That's artistry. That's craft. Art.
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. But I would argue that what I'm doing right now isn't art. This is craft, right? I think that art is something that requires. I think art completely, absolutely, and utterly depends on intent. And I tend to believe that that intention is something that is more about. I'm trying to how to phrase it. I think art is more of an intellectual exploration, right? It's like, what are the emotional and visual triggers that I'm trying to get out of someone with art? Representational art, can be fantastic, but if you look at like Lucian Freud and Francis Bacon, and that's representational art, right? It's portraits of people they knew, but they're much more emotional, and they're trying to get to the spirit and the emotion of those people. It's not about how can I produce this photorealistic portrait of someone. I think they serve different purposes. Through the abstraction in those paintings, people are trying to show more of the inner qualities of the subject matter, especially in those two cases. But, like when I was working in the film industry, that wasn't my art. That was my craft, right? Because that's collaborative. It's not a director, it's the director's vision. No, it's not. They have production designers. They have set designers. They have, there are tons of other people whose artistic input is being put into that. So I don't know if you can say that's art per se. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't movies that aren't. I'm not saying that there are not movies that are not art. If you look at Fellini, that dude controlled every frame. He literally, why every Fellini movie looks like an overdub is because it is. Because he talks through every single frame of that damn thing. If you've ever seen that thing on Fellini filming, Akira Kurosawa created art, And so film can reach art. I worked in Hollywood. I didn't make anything that was art. I made a lot of summer blockbusters that were craft. They were pretty, but that's a touchy one because everyone wants to be an artist, and sadly, we have a world of craftsmen who don't know, because there's nothing challenging. Art challenges the mind. Art challenges your perception. If you're just doing, still lifes that aren't a commentary on what they're still lifing, then it's just an unperfect photo, right? And because a lot of photos are documentary or what's the word? Documentary.
Documentaries.
Right, but if a photo is documenting something, it's documenting things. And so documentation and, that can be editorial, but is it art? Well, I don't think so. I think it's documentary, right? And I think art is a different creature. And I think we've lost sight of what art is because we don't teach art anymore. And art has been removed from our society in so many ways. People think advertising's art. Advertising is advertising. And you can have brilliant advertising that is very artistic, but it sure as hell isn't art.
It's called commercial design. Yeah. When you're doing that stuff.
Yeah, and that's where, that's why these art movements have different vocabularies of symbolism and vocabularies of abstraction. And those vocabularies are the commentary, like Impressionism and a lot of that stuff. And, just straight up modernism. If you look at Kandinsky and, a lot of the Russian suprematism, what's his name? Really? Tomas. Oh, that's ridiculous. My poor brain. I was dead. I have an excuse, but it's still very frustrating. He invented supremacism. Black square on black plane. What the hell's his name? This is going to drive me nuts. Sorry.
Start with an N. Dang
Are
it.
you talking about?
Right here. White on white. Malevich. Oh, Malevich. Sorry. So the thing about, what's really funny is I hear people talk about these paintings, right? And people are like, well, so what? Black square? I mean, what the hell is this? How is this art? Well, first of all, unless you've seen one of these things, you don't know what the hell it is, because these are about color, reflection, texture, and they're huge and they're oppressive, and that's exactly what they're meant to be. And you have to, you can't understand art like this out of context, because we have had decades of people knocking this garbage off for no reason. Creating garbage knockoffs that don't have the same context, right? You have Malevich, you have Kandinsky, you have the whole Russian pop movement and the such. And so a lot of this stuff, futurism, suprematism, Impressionism, a lot of these are rejection of the salon system, which was, here, let's paint a pretty picture in a lot of ways. And so as the Industrial Revolution came, we started to conceive our world differently, and salons sort of controlled the art world. It's like, if you weren't within these groups of people that said this is art, then you weren't. And so a lot of modernism comes out of the rejection of that system in a time when the world was in complete chaos. You come into the new century, and you come into mass manufacturing, and you come into the telegraph, and you come into, your world is completely changed. These paradigm shifts have happened, and it's like, it's a new zeitgeist, and you now have to rethink your world. And that's where movements happen. That's when there's a group of people who figure out a vocabulary, and they are commenting within that vocabulary. And I think in a lot of ways we've lost a lot of that. I think really the last real art movements was, Murakami was super flat. He's actually, it's a very brilliant movement of art. But the pop surrealism and the lowbrow art movement, I think, have been the latest real movement in art. And that's the acceptance of, rejecting elitism and making comics, toys, and street experiences become more legitimate as functioning art forms. And if you ever read Murakami's treatise on Superflat, it's very fascinating. He's a incredibly smart dude. And you'd never, if you just looked at his paintings, you're just like, oh, he does cartoons. It's so Japanese. But it's actually incredibly, that Murakami's actually awesome too. I don't know if you've ever read his books, but Murakami is a great writer. And Takashi is a great artist.
I posted an example, and I've also posted the webpage for Superflat on Wikipedia.
Yeah, if you read what he has to say about this, you start to understand what it is. And because it is... Now, there are tens of thousands of people who now going into the lowbrow art movement coming up, because he came out a little before pop surrealism. He was a little early in the cycle. But his work really is a fascinating exploration of a non-Occidental view of art through the Japanese eye. And it's incredibly smart, right? And if you know what he's saying and why he's saying it, it makes this very different than just someone making an animated figure. So intention and intentionality, whether you understand it or not, right, I think is what separates art from craft, that intentionality. Yeah. Here we go. People are going to be like, Walt Disney was an artist. Walt Disney was a fascist.
He's an animator. That's
And there's some animation that's art.
yeah.
I mean, now I think most of that falls under experimental animation. Because I think
Fascists can be artists too.
yeah,
That should be a T-shirt, actually. I think you just made a T-shirt there.
no, that's just product design.
Yeah.
No, there were plenty of fascist artists. You're right.
I mean, yeah.
But I would still argue that Disney's not an artist.
Someone had to come up with their logos.
Well, no, that's graphic design. That's a different creature altogether.
Right?
No, I'm going to get beat up saying things like that. I know some graphic designers that would beat me to death for saying that.
I'm supposed to be one of those.
Why the hell didn't you do our logo, for God's sakes?
I mentioned it.
Did you?
Yes.
Not loud enough or frequent enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't hear that at all. All I heard was, Tomas, why are you done with the logo?
I said it every day for a month.
Yep.
I was not in these discussions.
That's funny. Well, you can look at our logo and tell us what you think.
I have questions.
You have questions about the logo, or we have questions over here?
No, questions about the logo. That's the one you posted. I was looking at it the other day, and there were a few Y's, but
It's incomplete.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to get rendered and then painted.
Well, why really comes down to
Necessity.
I kept getting yelled at, so I tried to put something up and out there.
Well, the funny thing is, this whole interaction between you and I started was when I asked if you needed a commercial, a graphic designer for stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I just remember you
And then I said, "Oh, you need an
taking over and and taking over Twitch, or yeah, we're in Twitch, right? Isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah,
You're like, here, you're an idiot. Let me help, and yeah, that's. Dude, you got to say things a lot of times because I don't remember my own name, let alone anything. See, you've already this evening proven that you have a memory. I was dead for 4 minutes, or almost 4 minutes. They don't really know. So my memory for things is absolutely pathetic. I mean, like, I can't remember my own name.
Well,
I'm
well, you
pathetic.
said something. Well, we had said something in chat about the render. We need someone to render it out, and I said that's what I do. And you're
Yeah,
like,
that doesn't
"Oh."
even. I doesn't even attach. I have. That's
Yeah.
the hell
That's
if I know.
That's my bag, man.
Well, what the hell? Put him to work. What the hell?
See here, I'll post one of my little. I'll post on. Post something in general art real quick for you to see. Where is it?
Because I am a horrible graphic designer.
General, right?
Sure.
General's fine.
Where's the art? Where's the stuff I just posted for references? Where did I put that?
Oh my God.
The art.
How am I supposed to know that?
Community art.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Yeah, I'll post a. How you supposed to know that? You're not supposed to remember it.
Oh, someone remind me to get back to find what's her name, like Crazy Girl 2020 or whatever. She was someone who was on the stream who said that she could help with social media, YouTube stuff.
Oh yeah, she was. Yeah, I was trying to figure out who that person was. I thought it was a stream bot the other day.
No. She actually, she's like, come look at my stream. I stream on this to see what I do, blah, blah, blah. But she offered to help us with YouTube, but I have no idea. Once again, I've been busy.
Now that comment makes so much more sense. Yeah.
I know, but I was like, your name's really reassuring. Yeah. First person I want to go into business with is someone named Crazy Bitch 222 or 666. You're like, ah. But she seemed serious, so I don't know. Definitely.
Right.
I've been so crazed. I've been just trying to get stuff done.
Your story arc on this whole project is you keep getting better and better help.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Because I started like, I'll help, and I'm not that much helpful. I'll do what
Well,
I can.
The thing is I completely.
Henry was like a gajillion times the me, and then now we're gonna get a media person that is like, yeah.
Yeah, but if graphic design is what you do, then you should be helping with what you're good at. Not saying you're not good at what you've been doing. Wow. I can just keep digging myself a deeper hole here. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Wow.
You just need a bigger shovel.
I know.
You just need a bigger shovel.
Right.
No worries, man.
Not all the way in that hole yet, but he's working on it.
Oh, I'm good at it. No, trust me, I'm heading that direction. I'm very good at digging holes, it seems.
Can't even find my work anymore. That's so funny.
There's your
print
problem.
here. There's my problem. Yeah. See, where's my newest stuff? I haven't done anything since then because someone stole my thunder.
What?
Dude, it's a long story. You really want to hear it?
No.
I'll tell it.
Should we do it here or should we wait?
Files are too powerful. Oh, I gotta like dumb them down. Hang on, yeah. Now, see, all right, I was an average working schmuck, and worked at a car company for quite a while. And I made promise to my wife I would never leave that company because they were so good to us. But they fired me, and I didn't fight for the job because I wanted out of there. Well, I also had a tattoo apprenticeship lined up, so I was gonna start my tattoo apprenticeship up again. And so the person that was apprenticing me in tattooing, she's like, "You can't have a job. You have to be here all these. You have to be here
Right.
the whole time," which I'm fine with.
I get it. That's fine.
Right. So then I totally committed, and then from out of nowhere, she just decided that she didn't want me working there. I passed up 3 good jobs to stay there that I couldn't get back. I mean,
Well, if you stopped telling her she couldn't draw, maybe she'd be.
I never told her that.
You're like, I thought about it 15 times a day, but
Yeah, no, I kissed ass. I played the game because all I needed to do was make it through the apprenticeship to start earning money. And I was like, finally, I'm on my track. I'm going to be. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it broke me.
yeah.
So, I mean, I was like, I'm finally where I need to be. I'm finally what I need to do. And the thing is, this woman was crazy. She literally was crazy. She had a breakdown 3 months before I started. I didn't know that.
Nice.
Yeah, but she had someone who took and showed her grace because she has problems, but she couldn't do the same for anybody else. But
Well,
anyway,
that's
I don't. That's just human life anyway. But no, that broke me. I was like, I'm done. Fuck it, I'm done. Something in me broke, and it took me a while to bounce back. So anyway.
yeah. No, I feel you.
Yeah. So anyway, and then after that, I was out of the workforce so long that now here I am. I'm a single dad with an autistic kid who's 47 years old. I am way unmarketable. Oh, and you have no work experience for the last 6 months? So yeah, it's just another nail in the coffin. Anyway.
We'll
Yeah,
get you going.
Yeah, and I never got an explanation of why she decided this.
Well, that's usually what crazy people do, to be fair.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I've got all this tattoo equipment sitting here again, rotting. Yeah. Anyway, and the tattoo industry is very much, the guarded, I don't want you in this because you're going to take money from me, and how dare you learn something.
Fair enough.
And you're definitely not doing it now during the pandemic.
Right. So.
Well, all right. So,
But
Rogue Bear, you can say that, but it's not true. You can say that all you want. No, I think that, once again, like, when it comes down to, it's not just intention, obviously. I mean, you can put a lot of symbolism craft into a character design, right? But it is, and then, it's tricky. It's hard. It's not an easy thing. It's a tough thing to define because art served a completely different thing in the past, right? I mean, and now the tie between art and product, or the art and commerce, is it's blended a lot of those lines, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I assume that everyone has their own definitions at the end of the day, but any of this stuff that I've made in the last 8 years, I view as product design. I don't think it's art, right? And I think that, even go to Bauhaus, right? Bauhaus isn't really about art. It was about product design, bringing art into product design. I just think that art really is much more about a spiritual or intellectual journey, and it's not about product. And I know, people sell art, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get it. It's not I'm not saying it's a sound argument. I'm just trying to define things by how going through. So CalArts was really an intellectual art school. The ideas behind what you made were much more important than the objects that you made in some ways. And I think there's something to that if we're talking about a capital A, art, and how art becomes important objects and representations of society, right? And living in a crack baby barrel of Yahoo product capitalism that has completely gone out of wackadoodle, then, maybe these products are exactly what the society's art is. But I think that art really becomes a part of social commentary and the investigation of, the intellectual and spiritual position that the society is sitting in. Art's always been a mirror to society. And that's why movements happen, because they catch the spirit of that society. And of course, product is exactly the same thing, right? But I think that there is a real difference in it. And I don't know. But I mean, the thing is that there's absolutely nothing wrong with craft, right? I mean, craft is as valuable and as laudable and as important. I think that art and craft are different things. Well, sure. I think that why and how they are created is in context of a linear narrative that isn't necessarily about social reflection necessarily. I mean, of course, all of these things can be, but I think that anything that is a game, people view as a game. And not saying that game and game theory isn't important, but I think that it holds a different place in society. Well, I guess, okay, would I say that Sam Maloof is an artist? Yeah. I think there comes a point where craft can transcend itself. And how do you put that into words? I'm not quite sure. But I do think that craft can transcend itself. And that's where some of those aspects, I don't think it's happened much in furniture design. I'd say Sam Maloof probably is one of the people who've done it. I think in architecture, some architecture can, break out of function and form and become, reflective social commentary. But I think in art, there is a commentary. There is a mirror to society. Because I think that once, because in all reality, art was merely propaganda, until modernism, basically. I mean, there were always a handful of people out there who were doing it, but, let's face it, it was portraits of rich people. It was paintings of important events. It was propaganda forever. And then, well, I think it started out as people exploring their world. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen the cave paintings in, what is it? La Lorraine, the place in France. They've actually closed it now. You can't even visit it. They actually, if I understood right, they actually had artists come in and paint they found another cave, or they built a cave that is a representation. It's a simulacrum of the original. And then you get into semiotics and like the official logic of visual representation, and when you start to view things as signifiers and signified, and so that's the intentionality of the creation being a signifier, maybe not, simulacrum. And so there's just, I don't know that there's that much symbolic thought put into a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. Yeah. Who's...
It's Scott from class.
What'd he say?
Oh, nothing. I just realized that's Scott from class.
Oh, cool.
It just occurred to me. I was typing into Artist Awake, looking at some pictures he was posting, and it just occurred to me that they're the same person.
You're like, wait a minute. And you know, this is the debate that goes on forever. Trust me. I don't know. Let's just put it this way: when I create art, I have a completely different intention than I do when I make product. And you know, if you get into like art history and what makes art movements and why these things are happening and why is something relevant at a different time than it is now, you know, why is art important? You know, why was the modernist movement important? Why did these things change, and what did it mean for the changes that were happening in society? Sadly, I think by removing art as something that is important in society, we don't have discussions around it in the same way that was once done. Yeah, I don't know the answer. The answer is tricky.
Art used to be thought of intellectual, cerebral, and now it's played as dumbed down. You're stupid. You're useless to society. If you're an artist, you're not worth.
Well, yeah, there's definitely the lack of respect for art now is incredible. But what's really funny is I think the lack of respect for art is because we don't teach it in schools anymore. Because now, with how capitalism works and how, you know, even the great brain trust, you know, places like MIT and things like that, so many of those students are just going into the stock market as opposed to actually benefiting society. And yeah, it's funny because, you know, all of those gear-headed, brainy math geeks never had to fail at art in school. And if you haven't failed at art, then you have no appreciation for how hard art can be. And I think that by removing it from the school system where you could be really good at something but really suck at art, and then the guy who's a good artist gets laid and you didn't because you're a math geek, I don't think that happens anymore. So I think that art has lost its place. Okay, that's not really a very realistic assessment, but I think you have an idea of what I'm talking about.
Right. There you go, Henry. Those are chibis I did for a con I do every year here or work for.
You made those?
Yeah.
Tomas?
The alien is my favorite. The alien girl is my favorite.
Is it
Why
Discord?
Are you not making our logo?
Those are
Well, because I didn't know.
those. If
It didn't.
When you look at
Where's
them,
it?
those
Community
are
art?
size.
Community art. It's right up top.
Yeah, when you look at them, those are like
Scroll
those are
down.
small.
Isn't
The
there?
rendering
No,
is,
scroll way down. Scroll way down.
but there's problems with them. But anyway, but no, I did layouts. I did. You know, I do business cards, pamphlets, T-shirts, mouse pads. You know, I do all that layout crap. You know, I do. That's what I do. So, yeah. I
Hey,
don't know,
there's
if you
koi.
click on it, does it get? Yeah, you don't get to see all of it, but the little alien, she's so rad.
Oh,
And the
down
little
here.
cowgirl,
This one?
little cowgirl, yeah. All that's by hand.
Very
no,
cool.
further down. No. What you just those right there. Yeah, what you just saw up there, like that's
This?
from a. Yeah, those are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the stuff above is from a tattoo dragon class I took. which I could post. I have to take pictures of all my
Very cool.
sketches, but yeah, I mean, you're not seeing the best of them. You're seeing a very small version of those. The details on those are like that turquoise. I did that by hand. It's anyway, but it looks like turquoise. But anyway, that's just that is a anime show. So I do
Sure.
chibis for them every year. But you know, I do other things than that. But yeah, that's
Very cool.
yeah.
No, that's great, dude. I put it out there how many times? Why am I doing this? I think that was. Come on, give me a
I
break,
never
you
heard you
guys.
say I need a logo done. Or
Oh my god, I was
so
getting yelled at every day for a month.
and then yeah, you did the logo, and you're like something about rendering, and that I was like, that's my thing, man, is I can render really well, and you're like, you can, and then you contexted in like rendering something in 3D, and I was like, oh well, wait a minute,
Yeah,
that's
we mean
Eric's
Keyshot.
deal.
We
Yeah,
mean
that's
Keyshot.
yeah, that was Eric's deal, but no, that
Oh,
right there,
I
I
see.
see
I
that.
just, you know what? It didn't even see. It didn't even register to me because I was getting
That's
yelled
from
about one thing, and then it didn't even.
yeah, no, the stuff right there, that's from a class, but I can do that without a problem. I can draw that crap all
See,
day
look, there
long.
you go. How do you make scales? Right there. That's how you make
That's what
scales, you big ding dongs.
that's what I posted those to Kat because she was her dragon. I was like, here are
There you
your
go.
dragon
Right there.
examples
Just
of
draw swervy
traditional.
X's.
Right. Here's traditional, but yeah, I mean, I could post. I was gonna do a bunch of T-shirts, and I was gonna do a dragon. I was gonna do the little good
That's
luck
that's
dolls.
it. That's the explanation right there. You should
Yeah.
just post that. That's how you do it.
Well, that's what I figured would help.
That's what he did.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
see, I guess
I
I
was like,
should pay
here.
attention to things other than the, oh my God, why isn't this done, Tomas post? Very cool.
But yeah, if you want to see the bigger versions, like I said, the little alien is my favorite. She's
Yeah.
awesome. So I rendered everything on her.
Okay.
There's not a snipped out Photoshop piece of anything in there.
Well, all I can say is this. You guys get it done. Sort that crap out.
Will do.
Hey, Chosen. See,
I didn't figure out
this
why you
is.
did your logo in a monogram format. Is what I was like trying to figure out.
Huh?
That's all. Like, why didn't you do a monogram for the logo? Because
Well, because it has to be clear. It's the thing about this logo is that it has to be pretty mundane because we're dealing with. It's not just ZBrushers who want to learn this. We're actually trying to convince the jewelry industry to convert.
and they have
And
to have a corporate looking.
the jewelry industry is one of the most boring groups of people you'll ever meet in your life in some ways.
Trying clinical.
Well, I can't say it in public because someone might find it offensive. Um, um, uh, oh my God, my brain just froze again.
This is a discussion for another time.
Well, no, I
That it
actually, it sort of sorted out into whatever. This is something I'm actually. Have you seen ZBrush guides? Have you seen Pablo's non-photorealistic rendering class?
I looked at that the other day. I was thinking about.
I really want to take this because, I mean, Mobius is like one of my idols.
Right.
I'm a big Mobius fan. And his aesthetic is something that I really associate with.
Right.
But his non-photorealistic rendering course, I mean, like, just how he converts these models into illustrations, I find it incredibly satisfying.
I was going to take it because the next time I do chibis for this con, I was just going to do the chibi in ZBrush.
Sculpt it, pose it, and render.
Right, and render it. And that way I can do a whole lot of different renditions as opposed to one static image that we
Exactly.
we can do a whole bunch of them. And then I also
Exactly.
wanted to turn that into something that I could sell and make some money off of something I do for free that I spend,
Oh.
you know, pour my heart into.
All
I
right,
should
and
off of it. So,
there it is. I mean, look at this thing. Now,
yeah.
if I could transfer my models into renderings like this, like fairly easily and consistently, I mean, think about it. Look at the swag you could generate.
Oh,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? It's just
Right.
and this is where I say, like, I can't render, but, this was posting, but, like something like that actually done, my announcing monkey, my communist propaganda monkey guy. Um, if that was actually done in like the non-photorealistic rendering to where it turns it into a graphic, I think this stuff is like, could really be used to generate swag,
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that from a graphic, from my point of view, that right there is invaluable for pumping something out because that little alien you saw, if you see it in full render, it took me a whole month of nonstop, 8 hours plus a day to do that. If I could just sculpt one out and then do that,
Right.
it would be less time and I could get more renditions of different, get more things out of it. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, just
You
the
could do
stuff
so
is just
much more with
crazy,
it. Yeah.
and Pablo really nailed it. I mean, like, he really nailed this style. He got it. It's really impressive. His original one, hold on, the one that he made, I think this was the first, and also how he created these are fantastic. Hold on, like how he makes them like these little books,
Right.
and just they're just really set. Hold on.
I've got his feather wing one.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, when I bought his clay tubes,
Yeah.
his clay brush, his clay tubes, well, his clay tool set. I don't know if I got it for free or I bought it, but I was like, hey, this is something I want to learn. Here you go.
His site is laggy. I always think it's me, but some of these things lag in pretty brutally. Yeah, but like settings for illustration, and then he also, but this was the first one he did. I remember this came out of one of the betas. Where'd you go? This one. When we first started the beta for with the NPR, he did this, and
Right.
it's just awesome.
Yeah. Well, that was.
But I like how like this format is
Oh,
gorgeous.
Right. Yeah.
I wish I could produce PDFs like this for just certain steps. You know what I mean? I think that would be great.
I could do that. That's my
I think
jam.
we just found it. Mikey's calling.
All right.
You want to do that? We
Get
can
to
do
it.
that all day long, man. That's part of my bag, man. That's,
All right. So you're now assigned to non-photo NPR rendering. That's your job now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the moment you showed us Sakaki's site and he's got that non-photo line art,
Yeah.
and I was like, holy crap, this has a whole new avenue for me. And
Yeah.
then I found Pablo's and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, no, here's the comic style one. This is another good one.
Yeah.
Where he uses the halftone stuff.
Yeah.
Look at his fur. He's a talented dude. Come on. Yeah.
Yeah, and he does it, and you're right, the even the feather one is like, oh wow, cool.
Yeah, no, he's super talented.
So yeah, anyway, yeah, that was
I don't know. See, when you said that quote, I still, I was still thinking computer rendering. That's,
No worries, man.
oh, dude, I can't. Like I said, I can't remember my friggin' name. I am so bad.
Right. No, I haven't picked up. I haven't. I literally haven't done any art since that particular episode. Something broke me. That broke me.
Oh,
I was
sure.
like, I'm done.
Oh, trust me. Yeah, I can associate in many ways. I've been done many a time.
Right.
No, Hollywood. I was just. Well, Hollywood didn't break me. Hollywood made me want to go burn down buildings.
Yeah.
And I'm not a very. I don't have suicide in me. I'm a why kill yourself when you can kill your problem person. But yeah, no, I was very frustrated with how some things played out there, and I was just like, you know what? Nope, I'm done. I am done.
Yeah.
Because I realized I was about to become a very not pleasant person.
Huh. We've gone off the rails. We have. Sorry. But no, if you want me to, I'll start working on something like that. Yeah.
Cool.
Heck yeah.
Because I really think that, with the outside, the fact that we can offer ghost offerings. He's still like, I don't know if we can offer ghost offerings.
No, we totally can.
Yeah.
It's easy.
What are ghost offerings?
Just don't.
Oh, discussion for another time.
Yeah.
It's one of those Kajabi Khan. How they decided to do things is sometimes odd. But I think also just how they decide not to inform us that they're doing things. But
It's like what you're doing right now. If you did Pablo's render style, it suits what you're doing right now.
yeah, no, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
well, so, this, wait, where do we go? Instagram.
Yeah, because when I saw I could just make line art out of it, I was like, holy crap, that saves me a ton of time.
So this was in beta, and I was just kicking through stuff. It was just like, just the fact you can take the one model and, just generate lots of different things. And I obviously wasn't spending very much time painting. Where is Savage Scooter again? Oh, there you go. Was this the one? No. It's the one with it floating around in the tank. Top right corner. How there are only 3 rows. How can I go past it every time? So that's the model.
Right.
And that's not even rendered. That's just a screen cap of me painting the model,
Right.
So if you did turn it into a rendering, it would clean that up. And that's his illustration.
Taking a picture of the screen with your phone is
Yeah.
not the same as a screen cap.
You're right. But it's the only way I can get things onto Instagram with easily.
You know what that's called? In my
Being
world, that's
lazy
called-
as dirt. That's what that's called.
In my world, that's called giving them something they can't use to print.
Oh man.
Getting approval or sign off.
It's well, the beautiful thing is being able to what just happened there? Did that jump to the other one? No, but
Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. Yeah.
yeah, look at that. That's just I really
Yeah, I mean, because all you do is you take screenshots.
see
do the
there you
type,
go.
You lay it out, and then once you're done with your layout, then you just convert it to PDF.
Oh, he has matte caps. Look at him go. I didn't even realize he had his whole animation mat caps. See, someone sitting down and actually making mat caps and stuff is really, developing your own brush strokes and stuff. It's just something that would be super helpful. That, he's got this down pat. It's awesome. It's nice to see people do things well,
Yeah. All right. So does anybody have any questions regarding ZBrush? We're covering NPRs right now. And one of the guys that can teach you how to do it well.
Actually, he usually comes on right before me.
Right. He does. Yeah. We get a lot of Pablo.
Yeah, they often don't change our name, so I come in as Pablo quite often.
Going down. Where is that at? Yeah, I just got something from Pablo, that's it was in the free mailing list download thing. Basically it's a PDF of the keyboard and all the shortcuts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's just a big keyboard printed out, and it's got all the shortcuts for all the keys. So if it's like Control Alt and whatever, it's a different color for that key, and it's I
Awesome.
would think it would be pretty helpful. Yeah. I thought, well, there you go.
For people who actually can use shortcuts.
Yeah.
That's why everyone's like, why you pull everything out on your menu? It's like, so I could just touch it with my stylus. Because I can't do shortcuts.
There's the comic style. So, Master Thomas, did you ever use the lights to view your sculpt in different lighting scenarios?
You mean within ZBrush?
In the viewport. I guess that's what Jeff is asking.
No, not really. Because I'm not trying to get dramatic lighting. I'm trying to get realistic surface representation. And that's why I use Mod Dirty Blue, because it is the closest thing to what I'm going to get out of the computer. So I don't really use rendering as an emotional or a graphic tool, right? So I haven't, that's why I'm a crappy renderer, because I don't render really. I find it to be a disingenuous tool in jewelry, because no matter if the render is better than or worse than the model that you actually produce, it'll never be a realistic representation of what they get. And often, just it being different, people get kind of crabby about it. So I don't tend, like, I will send someone this. One sec. I'll just BPR the Mod Dirty Blue so it has some shadows. And yeah, that's it. I don't like to share renders of things to clients, right? Because I think it's a very difficult representation, because none of these do metal or stone reflections well. And even if you do it well, it's not actually what it's going to look like. And I have a problem with that, as far as I've had people kind of get crabby because they didn't get something that it looked like the rendering. And I'm like, this piece looks 100 times better than that rendering. And they're like, I know, but that's not what I bought. And I'm just like, oh my God, you're an idiot. Here's a picture of the rendering. Here, you can buy that. Sadly, I have to deal with things like that. So I'm a little reticent as for rendering to be and I mean, yes, there are times for it. And yes, like, and in the engagement ring world, it's easier to sell someone that they kind of understand. But I've had too many weird issues with it. Rendering kind of makes me skittish. Yeah, well, and I mean, like I will obviously move it around in here, but I don't go in and futz with it. Are you talking about coming in here with light and actually changing your light sources? So come on, I think I need to changing your light sources so you can see the form more dramatically. It's pretty good. The problem is like this is a matte cap, so this already has the lighting baked into it, so that doesn't really help here. If you go back to the other, it works okay. Yeah, honestly, I mean, at this point, I kind of rotated around to see what my surfaces are. Oh, that's not clay tubes. See what my surfaces are doing, and going through that, because most of the time I'm on a deadline, so taking the time and energy to do that is sort of I'm not necessarily getting a benefit enough to spend the time and energy to do it. Does that make sense? Because in a lot of ways, I don't really care what it looks like here. I just have to be able to interpret what it's going to look like on the printer. Because you can spend a lot of time and energy here making the stuff look good here. But if that doesn't come out into the printer, then it's worthless information to me. Now, once again, if you're doing swag or, there's a design competition or a magazine wants to do something, yeah. I had a write-up in, what's that, the big 3D magazine, the kind of larger format one, like
Image Effects.
One of those. There's like 3 of them. I think it's 3D World. Yeah. And they wrote an article on me, and I did that, and they wanted renders, and I paid my friend to do renders. So because that environment, renders are what they're judging by, Your average viewer is there to see renders in a lot of ways. So I get that it is an issue, but I got my star back. How weird is that? Oh well. No, it's on projection. I don't like, and I do not know why, Gizmo does not work when you are projecting on Surface. It's very weird. Once again, have no answers for that one. Dun, dun, dun. Toofuses. Boop. All right. Instead of trying to get my mesh to work on Right, because here, if I want to try to, here, if I want to try to sculpt these teeth in, here we'll have a lot to fill. So in something like this, it's just a lot easier just to whip out some two fishes and move along, little doggy. So how are we doing out there? Anybody have any questions? Have any issues?
Wants, needs, or concerns?
That's what I do for a living. Yeah. I missed that one. Oh my god. My world. What the hell? I am a mess. I'm a mess. I admit it. Did my screen just glitch? Draw.
Lose a star again.
No, I have my star. I just all right. See, if you have a back view on, you're still sort of projecting, but you can still use your gizmo. Where if you're using project, you can't do that. Because like I said, I do not know why project does not work. Okay. Document, flip. There we go. Draw. Scale up a little more. Close enough to spit on. Gonna increase our fill mode a little. There we go. So now I can see on it. But this is not projecting on the surface, so you have to be really careful here, because if you do rotate it a little, you get that separation. Where if you're projecting on the surface, you can actually rotate around in there and get, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm gonna dive deep into this. Okay.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he's got the freebie little comic book thing, and then you know you could take the course, which I think the course is the way to go.
Yeah, that was like the day I have $157 to spend on learning how to render. I'm gonna be all over it. But
yeah, I'm buying it tomorrow.
Well then, yeah, you kill it there, buddy. Oh my god!
Hey, it's beneficial to your website that I buy this.
Oh no, I'm that was a real yeah. You go, go, Daddy-o. If we were generating money, we'd buy it for you. But guess what? I'm not doing yet.
No worries, I got this. This one's on me.
I have no capacity to do anything at the moment.
So yeah, when you get done with your model right there, I'll get done with this class and we'll make it look like his rendering. Yeah.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very cool. I was like, oh wow, this is.
Yeah, no, it's very impressive. He in beta, he's always very impressive. Well, outside of beta, he's impressive too.
this is gonna. I mean, God, if someone's not using in the comic book industry right now, they're idiots.
I agree. Because, I mean, the thing is that, you create one model, especially if you know anything about posing,
Right.
you just go out there, you kick it out. And, I mean, holy Hannah, it's a fantastic.
Right. Well, I mean, because in the comic book industry, you've got what? You've got the penciler. Then the pencils go to the inker. Then the inks go to the colorist. Then you
Yeah.
go to the person that puts all the words in, and the typographer. So I mean, in one fell swoop, you can take all three of those processes out.
Yeah. There was someone who made a, if I'm not mistaken, well, he has the little Hellboy in his demonstration. I want to say that someone made it might have been him or he worked with someone, and they actually made a little comic book out of that Hellboy character, if I remember correctly, which, I mean, let's face it, that's a real stretch.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, that's a slam dunk. How that one got past my radar of not getting is.
yeah, it's really kind of funny when I've been doing my videos. For the first couple, I literally tried to get that, I'd move my head and you get chiming, and I was trying to remove it, and now I'm just like, whatever. If you guys can't deal with my earrings chiming, then we have bigger problems. So, yeah, my chiming is still, I've left that in there. And I tried to edit out all my little shuffling and pops of me tapping the screen, and I was just like, no, that's absurdity.
Play to your strengths, man. Play to your strengths.
Get out there.
All right. Henry, you got him for a while? I've got to sign off because I have to take kid to school in the morning.
Oh man, that means I gotta pay attention.
Well, we don't have a lot of people asking questions now, so.
It just makes my job harder.
Right?
I feel like have I driven everyone away again? I'm really good at doing that.
No, your numbers are pretty good.
Yeah. You've got how many people in here?
I see 60 on Twitch, 35 on YouTube. I'm not gonna check Facebook.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
see.
bro. Do it.
Yeah.
Ask some questions.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm here. I'm here to ask questions. God only knows I'm not a very compelling streamer sometimes. So
Right?
I forget that people are watching and I just start chattering and chipping to myself. It's like, yeah, no, please feel free to ask questions.
Gotta hear sad portions of my life. That's gotta be not entertaining at all. Or
No, 10 people left as soon as you said you were leaving.
See how it is? Way to screw my numbers, yo.
That's funny. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, if you really want me to do some graphic-y stuff for us, let me know.
Hell yeah.
We'll talk tomorrow about it or something.
Yeah, I mean,
So- I mean,
You
I
know-
can definitely do the PDF stuff. That's no problem. Yeah.
well, that's super cool. I mean, once again, let's just sit down and figure it out,
Right.
because
Yeah.
God only knows something needs to happen here.
We don't need them. Thanks, Henry. Yeah.
And not you. I knew you were gonna read that and
Yeah. No, I know what
you're
you're
talking about the 10 people that left.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No. Like I said, your arc has been so far. You keep getting better and better people to help you. So it's awesome.
Well, that's the key, because I'll tell you what, I was struggling. I mean, people don't realize how hard it is to make a comprehensive, yet, I mean, like Paul and Joseph make it look so damn easy. Like that Ask ZBrush thing just makes me want to throw myself off a cliff, because he makes those videos in like 37 seconds. And you're just like, are you kidding me? You know, it's just like, what?
Right.
Because I yabber on a lot. I'm not very good at the clean, concise stuff.
Well, Ask ZBrush are the programmers, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know
Yeah.
they.
So, yeah.
If they're not good at it, I know there's some bigger problems in the world. But still,
You're getting there. So,
no,
alrighty.
we're definitely getting there.
Yeah. Alrighty, good fellows.
We'll talk to you on the morrow.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk to you tomorrow for sure. Henry, kick some butt as always.
We'll try.
All right. Good night, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Everybody.
Thanks for being here.
Hey, that's what we're here for.
What time is it?
12:40
Oh, well, hell. Got late.
tends to happen.
I know.
So I don't see any questions yet, but I'm curious. Once you're finished with this sculpt, what's the next step?
Well, what I would probably want him to do is actually give me a drawing that includes the rest of his body. Because I don't think, well, I mean, what do I know? People may want busts, but I think this is more in that vinyl toy world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that people would want a full figure. And so I would have him draw me the rest of the figure, you know. And then once we get that done, would just throw out a test print, check it out, see what reads and doesn't. And then feasibly we would send that to a toy manufacturer who will then, you know, finish it and get it kind of where we want it. But there's a toy guy in Seattle. They're not the cheapest on the initial model. You know what I mean? But they deal with the Chinese factories really well. I wish I could remember their name. If I get into my email with Peter, I have their name there. But he thinks he's going to sell these like for, you know, $90 or $100. And I'm just like, dude, you know, the vinyl toy world, things like this are, you know, $300, you know, $150 to $300, you know, hand painted. And so I don't think he thinks he can sell them, or I don't think he's thinking in the price range.
I don't think he even sells his paintings for that much.
Andrew values his market.
Yeah, I think he really does.
Oh,
But I
well.
think he wants his normal everyday viewers to be able to buy that stuff. And then he's got
Sure.
people like at Mondo that'll pay a fortune for a purse, and that's probably where the real money comes from.
Yeah. And I think, was it Mondo that they had the gold tennis shoes? And they were like,
I think so, yeah.
I think they were like $1,500 or something like that. And he sold like 12 pairs in 30 minutes or something ridiculous. It was just like, Jesus.
I was stepping away till I heard Henry's question. I'm like, oh, hang on.
That's what I do after you leave. I just pound him with questions. I don't know what else to do, and I'm not going to wait for chat.
Yeah. No, that's good because I mean I've tried to do that earlier too, and I was like, I think that helps us and helps the people watching. I mean, we might ask a question, they might not, or spark the comments, you know. So I think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wait a minute, I want to hear this.
So really, you know, we go straight into print it, and then just look at it and see if it's a compelling object, you know. Because the Savage scooter is super funny. It works really well. But I think the Alchemist, because it's drawn from the front, you know, it's not a very, the pose is pretty staid. Because I did this. I tried to match it from the front view as perfectly as we can, so it is the illustration, you know. But the problem with that is Hold on, let's go back to.
Well, this would work good as a bust, like you were talking about. I mean, if you didn't have the bottom portion, this would work as a bust.
Yeah, but I would never buy a bust. I don't even understand that. So, you know, but once again, I'm a sculptor. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to buy a bust. I don't know.
Yeah, I
But
think I'd want a full figurine.
yeah, and
Yeah.
see, like from the front, you know, you have to position the feet right to match the, you know, the image and this and that. But tell me that doesn't look like Stimpy's nose. Like he scalped Stimpy and put him on.
Oh,
Where's-
yeah.
No one would ever. No one but you.
Come on, don't you think so?
Now that you said it, sure.
Yeah, I think he scalped Stimpy. But see, from this view, he's very staid. You know what I mean? And I think it would be more interesting to get the pose to be a little more dynamic from the back somehow. And I just didn't. I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to hit the, you know, be on model.
Right. Right. Because that's what the class of toy making, that was the whole thing of it. You got to hit the model.
Yeah.
And then you add the joints.
Yeah.
If he's gonna get joints, good lord, I didn't even think about that.
Oh,
No.
shit. Oh, I haven't heard from these guys since COVID. I need to touch base with them.
Yeah, I love that right there. Whatever it is awesome.
It's a seahorse. It's for an umbrella.
I thought it was.
It's that seahorse shield. All right, that's another thing. Please remind me to do.
Henry,
Typing
you
it.
got that? Okay. Typing it, yeah.
I wrote touch base with umbrella seahorse people.
See, I think this guy would be a good rendering too.
Man, this Discord to-do list is awesome.
I mean,
Is it
I'm
way just-
gonna transfer it all into Monday because he'll never look at this.
Right.
Look,
Yeah, that would be perfect for that class.
see, look at this little guy. He's a bunnery sergeant.
Waka waka.
He's here all week, people. Try the veal.
And you know, Amleth was supposedly the king that Hamlet was based on.
Oh yeah.
And so see, he's Sergeant Amleth. So it's
Holding the skull. Yeah,
me making fun of Hamlet.
that's great.
I knew
Yeah,
him
that would
well.
be-
The monkey got a spacesuit. What'd you get?
That is awesome.
Now, at some point, I really want to make a bunch of toys. I love the toy world.
Yeah, there's a profile on Instagram. I don't know what you actually call him. That does all lowbrow pop surrealist toys.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic.
What is
Oh,
it?
wow.
Do you know who it is?
Let me check.
Post that link in general. I'll look at it tomorrow when I wake up, which I have to do. I got to go to sleep, guys. Every time I walk away, you reel me back in.
Here.
I have a bunch of 3A toys. I'm a big fan of. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? It's a bad brain night for me. I'm having issues. Holy Hannah. That is absolutely ridiculous. That's going to drive me nuts.
What are you trying to think of?
3A Toys, what's his name? Come on. Just show me his...
Oh man, this class probably requires me to have
Key shot.
light box. Yeah, key shot. crap.
That's what I was afraid of.
That's $600 right there.
Well, I have key shot.
Didn't
I don't.
Well,
That just made that class $800.
well, we might be able to figure. I mean, like, there's a way to get key shot where you can have it installed onto machines and you relicense it. You know what I mean?
Trouble, yeah. I got to get it anyway. It was on my list to get. I just haven't gotten it.
Why am I having a hard time thinking of?
That's hysterical. Yeah.
Why is no one showing me his name?
Don't know. That's
I'm really having a mind fart. Yeah, Popbot.
That's pretty.
I have him.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, ghost. I have these guys. I don't have her.
Is that just a rock?
Yes. I have
Create
that. That
rock.
was from Comic-Con.
It's not Mike Mitchell, is it?
No, it's...
Someone's asking what is a 3A toy, which I would ask too.
Well, 3A is a company. But Ashley Wood, good God. That was... So see, Ashley left 3A. And so that's where the toys have changed dramatically now. But Ashley Wood, I love his painting.
Yeah, I want to turn all those chibis you saw. I want to turn them into toys. I could sell those.
I like his painting a lot. And in turn, when they turned them into the toys, I think they're funny and sexy and goofy, and I mean, they're fun.
No, he means what toys are you looking for?
I was looking for Ashley's name. I wasn't seeing it. Is that what we're talking about? Wait.
Like, are you always looking for 3A
Oh.
toys, or are there specific toys you're looking for?
Yeah, I really want the 24-inch Stormtrooper in high heels. Hold on, let's see. I love that. Hold on, Ashley Wood, 24-inch. I can't remember what they called them.
Hey, morning, Raython.
Here you go. But they have one in pink. It's hysterical.
Oh, that is cool.
Right? I mean, come on. Who doesn't want a 24-inch Stormtrooper? I just love them because they're just so goofy. Look, here's Darth Vader. Try to get your hands on one of these. I tried for a while.
Cool.
Yeah, no, they're just absolutely. But what I find about them is they're just funny. I mean, it's just like, seriously? Yeah, no, come on. How can you not enjoy that? And anyone who says, "Oh, that's sexist," I'm like, you haven't met my ex-girlfriend, because she would kill to have that.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
That's a really good one. And then I don't know. They're just. I love Lastronaut. But once again, you have an astronaut with no pants on. It's just like, what? Just no pants. But this is an all age. Not going to go there.
All right.
Yeah, don't click the link I sent either. Then I guess I forgot we're not on your stream.
Right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, no. Okay. For reals, Good night, everyone.
Get the hell out of here, yo.
Tomorrow.
Right. If you say something else, you're not allowed to leave again. Go.
Okay.
See you on the morrow, my friend.
Bye.
Oh my God, he talked again. Look at that. All right. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, please ask, because we're just sitting here yabbering. So I don't know how edifying that is for a stream for you.
Just depends on why you're here. I've seen it in a lot of streams, but I don't know.
True. Doom, 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 doom. No, not lower. You're also getting expression guides from him. So, like, with these stylized characters, it's tricky. It's like, well, where, how big is how deep are your lip? His faces are fairly shallow.
Mhm.
And it's always tricky to get it right.
That's what peeks out from the hoodie.
Yeah.
But in his painting class, he talked about how he intentionally designed all these creatures to be not human. Like
Mhm.
that entire bulb underneath of the hoodie is a head.
Right.
So it's meant to not be human. So who knows how far their faces poke out or are flat.
Yeah, it's tricky, and it's like trying to determine that is always hard, because it's not like he has, a lot of the stuff is from similar views, so it's not like you get a lot of, yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other one, he was pretty responsive, Oh no, I was thinking, because he said the cat looked a little crazy, and I was like, have you looked at your illustration? That's a crazy looking cat, yo.
You should have got him on the live stream.
Right? Fair enough.
Tomas, what's the best way to control polygons?
Best way to control polygons is to have a lot of them. By not going into Dynamesh or into single meshes, if you retain your subdivision levels, it allows you to do a lot more things. And I do understand that there are times that you have to go into Dynamesh, or you've torqued your mesh where you can't sculpt it. Dynameshing is fine. If you need to bridge surfaces, Dynamesh is great. The problem is that Dynamesh, it's a crap mesh at the end of the day if you want to try to control your object. Now, I will almost always Dynamesh and then Z-remesh, so I go back to a low quad poly. Wow. A quad poly? A quad poly model, which allows me to, once again, then control my mesh. So the nice thing about being able to control your mesh, here are the two things. So there's sort of smoothing, but then there's relaxing your mesh. So when I'm up here in a high res, I'm putting lines down, and I can come back over it and get rid of some of that. But as you'll, let's put something that's a little bit more structurally. What is going on? I think I need to recalibrate. Look how off that is. One sec. Come on, you.
I have a problem where every time my computer goes to sleep, my Wacom USB goes out, and I have to unplug it and plug it back in.
That's not good. That's better, I think. Yeah, that's better. So we come in. And I would say these are more structural details. And then we have surface details. Okay, so I'm coming in here and I'm sculpting around. And I want to smooth my surface. So what that means to me is I always use smooth stronger. I'm going to come in here and smooth. But you can see if you're trying to get rid of lumps in high res, you're not going to do that at smooth at high res. So this, when I talk about smoothing, this is what I'm talking about, where I'm just trying to get rid of some of this surface detail. But you can see that what you have here isn't surface detail, it's structural issues. So you need to relax your mesh. So now if I go lower, now I just make my brush big, come in here, and you can see I don't really view this as smoothing. I view this as relaxing my mesh back to its original kind of. So as you sculpt, you distort all those quads, right? And then what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to relax all those guys back into a nice smooth quad. And hold on, let's turn this on. You can see these lumps as I smooth at this level. Even just grab a big size. See how it's relaxing back to a homogenized quad mesh. So for structural changes, I'm going to do it here at a low res. And then as I come back up, you will see that it reprojects its memory of what was going on there. So I'm going to smooth there, high res, smooth there, higher, nope, that's low res, high res, higher res, higher res. And you can see I'm back at my 8 million poly model, almost 9 million polys, and I have a nice smooth clean surface. This is where people are always like, oh, I can't sculpt in high res because I can't smooth things. Well, that's because you don't have subdivision levels, right? I want this to homogenize out. I'm going to lower my res. I can come in and really change my form here. I'm relaxing my mesh back down to a shape. Higher res, smooth out. Higher res, smooth it off. Higher res, smooth it off. But it allows me to work on large scale and small scale surface detail. All right, that's one direction, right, when we're trying to smooth things out. Now let's say you have a little tube thing here. Let's go here, insert multiple edge loops. Come on. All right, so we have a mesh. Divide. Okay. So the amount of subdivision levels you have is going to dictate the differences within the subdivision levels. If you can get 9 subdivision levels and do something at the lowest and come back to the highest, it gives you a lot more control to do things like this. But let me show you what we got here. I'm going to come in and throw on some, actually, yep, this will be fine, I guess. Nah, it's a little squirrely. It's not going to help you any. I'm going to make these fluffy little clouds. I always find myself like super nasally and annoying. I don't know why. I always found Bob Ross pretty mellow. All right, so let us go X. Boop. No, radial. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. There we go. Okay. Wow. Whoop. Try to get these. Okay, as we're going along here, boop, 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 boop. Wait for it. Damn. I'm not even halfway there. It's worth it. Wait for it. Wait for it. All right. I'm going to make this bigger because I'm getting impatient. All right. So we have... This thing has lots of texture, right? Lots of texture. Now, if you were trying to move this around and you use Move Elastic, all right, let's try with this one, see if we get it. There we go. Okay, and you see how this is starting to stretch the pattern. This is compressing it. So I'm trying to move stuff around. And it really can distort your surface texture. Right? So if the other advantage of having come on. Really, what's going on? I love it when it just stops doing. Okay, there we go. But if you can go all the way down to your lower res, And when we move these, what it's going to do, and this still has, honestly, too much subdivision level for what I like, because I'd prefer to just grab the corners and really move them around. But if we come back up, you can see that it doesn't distort the pattern that much, because it's always going to try to reproject to that base mesh, and that allows you to really retain your surface structure. Here, let me do it this way. Okay. All right. So let's do a very quick scale patterny thing going on. Let me make this bigger. Okay, and now let me take twist and just throw. All right. I'm just trying to get something that'll have a little bit of detail here for us so we can see the distortion. I got out a line there. Okay, so we have these pseudo scales. Let me throw some detail on them. Okay. And now Okay. So, if you're going to try to bend this, right? And we're going to hold down Alt and kind of bend, right? So you can see that we're distorting that pattern a great deal. Or you can try to use Move Elastic, and let's get this a little bit bigger. And we try to you see how it distorts a lot when you try to bend it and retain your detail. Well, nice thing about this is, let's duplicate this. Let's lower our res all the way down. Let's turn our grid on. And so as long as I try to keep these things roughly to scale, meaning keeping those roughly relative to what they were, if we come in here and I try to, oh, my brush size is huge. Oh. I went the wrong direction. I'm a jackass. Okay. Right? We did a simple curve, but now when we go all the way back up, see how it's going to travel along with your surface there a lot better? And what's kind of cool about this is that if you have these scales and you load them like this, where you're changing the dynamics of the surface here, you know how, especially with scales and stuff, it's kind of nice because these are getting longer, these are compressing, now these are compressing, going the other direction. You can see that I don't really have to spend a huge amount of time thinking about what that surface is going to be doing. I just have to make sure that the relationship of the size of these makes sense. And so you know how snakes they compress and expand when they're doing their thing. So I'm changing how these surfaces are interacting. And now when I come all the way up, they're reacting accordingly. And you can see that I compress these quite a bit. They compress, they stretch out, but look, we haven't lost our detail, right? It's just compressed. So I'm like, okay, well, that's a little compressed. Boom. But do you see how much more control you have over your surface detail without losing it? Alright, well you don't have to be a big fan of the dragon worm. But does that make sense? So you can use it to smooth and relax, but then you can also use it to do a lot of posing and transitioning after you have a lot of detail. Then you could, excuse me, and then you can reproject it to it. It's very cool. It's getting to be Halloween-y time, right? So I need to share the dragon worm with you.
That you do.
Don't hate on the dragon worm. The dragon worm loves you. Transparency didn't work there. Come on. Everything's all like double tappy all of a sudden. I still don't have answers for that.
For why it gets enormous.
Yeah, why they change on me so much. And Paul's like, oh, what's this? And I'm like, oh, and I do it 3 times and it works great. I'm like, oh, what's that? And then I do something like that. It's like, I'm like,
Are these eyeballs?
yeah, I'm sick of futzing around. It's just like, it's beautiful. All you have to do is put the friggin' eyeballs in, but of course. Oh. Hmm. Hmm.
Are the 1,000 characters heads also big because they're filled with jelly beans? I think that's what I just learned.
I do believe it is jelly beans.
They're
Yes.
filled with jelly beans.
I'm pretty sure that's actually, I think you nailed it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you just did.
I don't know how that can not be the answer now.
I demand a formal answer.
I'll email him tonight. So what's this thing about jelly beans? Like, what?
And now, is it symmetrical enough that you could just mirror it?
I just mirrored it. No, it's not even close to symmetrical enough. But it'll at least get it facing the right direction. You see what I mean? It's close enough spit on for us to... I mean, that's pretty close.
Have you ever designed any pieces that were themed to a holiday?
Yeah. We've made... Yeah, actually, I've hit most of major holidays, honestly. There's always somebody that wants something, for sure.
Skull with a Santa hat.
Mm-hmm. I have made a Santa skull, actually.
I'm certain.
Made Halloween cholos. Made plenty of Easter bunnies. Made a few Easter corpuses. Let us go to you. Transparency. Projection brush. Ooh, turn that pigment off. Nobody likes that.
What was it that you did for Pirates of the Caribbean? Was it
What's that?
Was it jewelry design?
No. I was lead sculptor on it for a little bit, and then I switched to film, and Jan did it. It was interesting. But yeah, I did some jewelry stuff on it, and made a bunch of skull rings and other stuff.
Ian said to do skull rings for Talk Like a Pirate Day, and that fits that fits the theme.
Talk Like a Pirate Day?
Mm-hmm. I think that's not a real holiday like we would think of real holiday, but every day is something's holiday.
What is that, the 1st of March?
Might be. Saturday, September 19th. It's International Talk Like a Pirate Day.
How is that? It doesn't even sound very piratey. I want a little bit more literalism in my holidays, I think.
In 1995. No, you want a little more pun in your holiday.
Thank you. I knew there was a word for that.
I know how many hours you've been working on this.
Oh, who knows? Oh, it's 1:30. Holy Hannah. So 8.
5.5 hours.
Yeah. But to be fair, it's not really just... It wasn't just working on this.
I don't have any interest in being fair.
Fair enough. Boop, 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 boop. much nicer. Spheres. I was so bummed. I was driving home from here, and I guess it was the harvest moon and Mars were like in line, and as I was driving by, you know, when the moon's closer to the what the hell? Horizon. Good God, that was painful. It seems bigger, but it was orange, and Mars was orange, and I tried to find a place where I could pull off on the freeway and get a couple pictures, but I couldn't. I was really bummed. All right. Bah! No way. All those pirates talk like that, didn't they? Arr, matey. Arr.
And I learned recently that the skull and crossbones was actually a symbol for a very Christian symbol for a departing soul being taken by the Christian deity.
Well, Memento Mori has been around for a very, very long time. So the skull and crossbone meaning, you know, like they had Memento Mori rings from, well, forever.
But it got adapted as a pirate symbol because people at sea, when they lost a crew member, they would write the name and then draw the pirate symbol in their logs to keep track of it. And it was eventually distorted into a symbol of evil or misdeeds instead of a prayer.
Who knew?
It's pretty interesting.
Learn something new every day.
Angel wants to know how long you've been 3D printing for.
About 18 years. Something like that. Well, I mean, to be fair, we did quite a bit of 3D printing on Minority Report. I sculpted a handful of things. They scanned them and printed them. So if we want to go all the way back to Minority Report, but I was physically sculpting those things. I wasn't doing it digitally at that point.
You didn't have a hand in the 3D printing part.
No, we sent it out. So about 18 years, I think. Something in that vein.
Have you ever worked with Weta?
I did not. I actually went and interviewed and I got accepted, but I had to sign a contract saying that I was going to live down there for like 11 billion years, and I just wasn't prepared for that. My ex-girlfriend really wasn't prepared for that.
Did you just be making helicopter blades?
No, I think I would have been making orc swords or something, but yeah. God only knows. Because that was pre-ZBrush for me. I would have gone as a physical sculptor. I like the people at Weta. I mean, it's a cool place. They do good stuff.
Yeah, it seems neat.
Yeah.
I've seen them invite YouTube people up to design things and show them around the workshop and all that, and at least the people they're putting on camera seem very fun and friendly.
Yeah, he oh God, here we go. I couldn't even remember Horizon. I hope no one expects me to remember his name. Mark?
No.
One of the gentlemen who started Weta. He was at the ZBrush Summit, and I was talking to him about a printer that they were developing with this Chinese company. He was like, "Oh yeah, come on down. You should." Da, da, da. I was just like, "Oh wow, okay." So that'll have to be a work trip.
Down to Weta.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Right. That's the nice thing is now we can write that stuff off. Work trip.
Here's a work trip I'm dying for. And before the pandemic, one of my absolute favorite things to do was go to the local gem fairs and just buy rocks.
Yeah, well,
But
we need to go to the Hong Kong Gem Show is a good one. The I haven't been to the Hong Kong one, but the Bangkok Gem Show is a lot of fun.
mm-hmm.
But I'm a big Thailand fan. I like Thailand a great deal. And I don't know, they're just some of the nicest people out there.
Mm-hmm. I've got family of my best friend lives in Thailand, so I'd have to go visit them.
Yeah, I think.
And just local gem fairs. I just miss it.
Yeah, it's fun. Have you been to Tucson?
No, I've only been to like San Francisco area ones.
Well, Tucson is the big American one. I mean, it's almost 2 months. And like every hotel in Tucson has different gem dealers in it. And it's crazy. And they have some of the finest gem dealers in the world and places, dinosaurs. And you can buy like 12-foot tall geodes and, amethyst geodes. I mean, it's weird. You can get anything. That's a big show for a lot of people. So we'll have to do Tucson. That's at least simply approachable. We know a lot of people there too. And that could be the beginnings of our YouTube channel.
There it is.
I know. I'll tell you. I love New Zealand. It's a really pretty awesome place. I was just in a relationship that would not have gone over well. So it wasn't something I could commit to at the time.
I have no idea what you're talking about, nor do I think you should explain it.
You mean New Zealand?
No, something about a girlfriend that wouldn't have gone over well.
Oh, just moving to New Zealand for a 4-year contract. That was just a little too much for her.
Too bad.
Yeah, I don't regret it. It's fine. I mean, I did a lot of great stuff in that time frame, so as opposed to working on one set of movies for that long, I got a lot of cool stuff in. Might have been introduced to ZBrush a little earlier. But who knows, maybe not.
Yeah, but then you might have just wound up another character designer.
Nah, I'm a crappy character designer. Yeah, that's not quite true, but I have no desire to do character design.
What's the name of this character? Just Shark Boy?
Yeah, I think it's Shark Boy, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't really approached this in a very organized way, but I'm also not in a hurry, so fiddle-faddling around. Eric wants to go to the Amazon for an ant expedition. I'm completely down for that. I'm a big bug fan. I think that would be fun.
Sounds ridiculous. But
Comple-
yeah, I got the impression he's into bugs.
yes. Very.
It's cool.
I like bugs too, so it's a good thing. But if we went down there for that, we know gem miners and gold miners down by the Amazon, so we could hit them up too.
That would be cool.
I really want to go to. We have friends who have opal mines in Fire Ridge, and they're like, "Yeah, you come mine with us." I was like, "Yeah, see, there we go.
So cool.
YouTube, just make videos."
Well, I know how to run a camera, so you have to take me.
Well, I think we have to take you for other reasons too. You promised. Okay. No, without a doubt. Come on.
Angel wants to know if you've done sketches for video games.
Nope. Not really. I've done some video game work, but it was funny. They really wanted my style, so I was lucky. They gave me some really rough sketches, and I just kicked them out. So no, I've never really worked in the video game industry at all. I don't know. What a lot of people don't understand is like the film industry and the video game industry are industries. And, you know, they don't pay nearly as well as the Hollywood did. So if I were going to stick with that kind of work, I would have stayed in Hollywood. I mean, I was at the top of my industry. I was getting paid very, very well. So, I just would have stayed there if that were, you know, I wanted to have ownership in something as opposed to, you know, sculpting rocks for 11 and a half months. Because we did a lot of scenic stuff, not necessarily the character stuff. You know, we built a bunch of, like Jurassic Park. We didn't do dinosaurs. We did rocks and trees.
There's some real interesting rocks out there, though.
Oh, no. I mean, I had a completely entertaining time. It kept me busy for 11 and a half months. But, you know, really, not the most artistically compelling work. But, I mean, don't get me wrong. I thoroughly enjoyed most of it. It just got to the point where when you are at the top, people will do and say really crappy things to get your jobs. When you're fighting with people you've worked with for 14 years because they want your job, and you're just like, really, dude? You're going to just completely, absolutely, and utterly make up crap so you think you're going to steal my job? You know, it's just like, I don't need that garbage in my life.
Sounds like industry.
Yep. Industry, not artistry.
So at what point in this design do you actually take it back to 1000?
Oh, after I finish it and print it. No, on something like this.
You don't have the back of it yet.
Yeah, I might ask him for the back. You know, something in that vein. On the last one, I just made it up, you know. But on something like this, I think I would, like I said, I think I'd like this better as a full figure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just knowing the toy market, I think that people like things that are finished.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, you can always get, like, the comic book geeks are a little different. Like, getting busts of, like, Thanos or getting busts of Iron Man or something like that. The comic book industry is a little bit more prone to that kind of collectible than the toy industry or the figure industry, if that makes sense. Or that's what I've found. Yeah, that'd be mine.
Would you have the intention, if he gave you sketches, you know, front, side, and back of a full person,
Mm-hmm.
would you have the intention of articulating it or making it static?
No, I think these would be for the figurine market would be my guess. Because it's funny, the only in a few circumstances have like jointed dolls been considered the art world, or you know what I mean? Like Ashley Wood and them did it because Ashley paints, you know, so there's that tie over to the art world, I guess. There are only a handful of people who've really taken the ball joint. Well, I call them ball joint dolls. You know, those aren't officially ball joint dolls, but hinged.
Mm-hmm.
Not past it though, but I just think, you know, his forms are just so nice not to be interrupted by, you know, and let's face it, most people. Yeah, I just think, unless you're really going to futz with them and pose them and play with them, then I think it's a.
And certainly the tooling cost skyrockets.
Yeah, because now instead of one mold, you have like 13.
Mm-hmm. I watched I forget the gentleman's name, but you were in the audience because they kept talking to you. I think it was last year's ZBrush Summit. There was a guy from
Mattel?
from Mattel.
Yeah.
I think he was working on the line of Marvel action figures, and he was showing how they do the ball joints and hinges and stuff.
Yeah.
And what materials he likes to use for it. It was really interesting.
Yeah, no, that was a good presentation. Yeah, Mattel has really incorporated this process into their manufacturing. So funny. I made a few things for Mattel, but once again, that was before the digital stuff. God, I used to sculpt a ton of maquettes for films, toys, amusement parks.
Maquettes?
Little sculpted scale figures for production, like, you know, we did all the Disney shops, and remember there were the sports shops and the Sanrio stores, and remember that era where we had a bunch of those little statuary within retail. We did a ton of that crap. I can't tell you how many Hello Kitties I sculpted. What is going on there? Yeah, I really think that I need to do a clean install. I totally forgot I needed to do that because I installed 2021 2.
Mm-hmm.
But see, look, see how it doesn't register? It's 2021 1
Oh.
because I keep forgetting that you really need to do full installs. You know, not just an update. Or maybe, was it you that I was talking to where I upgraded it? I didn't update it? Or
Do not ever touch the updater.exe. I don't know what it's there for. Don't use it.
yeah, I don't know what I did, but I think it was squirrely, whatever I did. And
Yeah, Mike had a bunch of problems with it too.
so,
But I've used zupgrader.exe. What are we on? Like the 4th revision since 2021 came out, and it's never failed.
oh, nice. I remember you couldn't do that for a while.
Yeah.
It did weird things. It didn't like the updater upgrader.
Mm-hmm.
Like normally I just downloaded it and just you know,
Yeah, sounds like a pain.
but I
Seems
think
like-
I don't think it likes that anymore. Yeah, get some weird lumps in there. The surface is starting to bother me.
And how do you plan to fix that?
Well, chances are we will see that lump right there?
Yeah, it happens to me all the
It's
time. How do you plan-
really annoying. And it's crazy because it's not like, well, let's check. I say that.
You're pulling up mesh from the jelly bean you put in its skull?
Well, that's why I said it can't be anything real. And now I'm like, well, wait a second. Am I totally? No, there's nothing there. The jelly beans aren't pulling up. I don't know. Just squirrely mesh for some reason. Weirdo. Uh-oh. Yeah, Joe Mena's God. He's just so... He's one of my dear friends, and he's one of the most wonderfully talented, nice, humble people on the planet. He is awesome.
Yeah, that's a super neat job.
Yeah, right. A wrap mode. So I can make tiling topology. So, well, you can tile. So when you say wrap mode, let me. Do you mean? Are you talking about something like that?
I doubt it, but what in the world did you just do?
Ta-da! That's Matchmaker.
Huh.
Yeah, Matchmaker's pretty cool. But that's not what they're talking about.
I don't know. That's not what I thought they were talking about. I assumed they were talking about like if you had a brush that was using an alpha, making the alpha repeat as you
Oh.
wrote.
Oh. Yeah, you can do that.
But I don't know. They said move a vertex at the top of the mesh so the same vertex at the bottom moves. Mesh is not symmetric in Y.
Move a vertex at the top of a mesh. Okay. Are you talking about... that? No, I'm not in a hurry. I mean, I'm not trying to race to get anything done. And we've been stopping and futzing with stuff, and, you know, it's... I'm not really trying to get things done in the time frame, you know.
And you've got to answer all my questions.
Was that what he was talking about?
I think that's probably what he was talking about. But is there a way, instead of dragging it down and the bottom also moves down, if you drag it down and the bottom moves up, so they move towards each other? But I guess that would just be the regular move tool
With symmetry turned on.
with symmetry turned on. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they say.
Yeah, see what you say. Damn, I was going to show you something and I have a tile that I can lay out in the XY plane. They share verts in the X and the Y on the boundary, but not. No. Okay, hold on. Maybe this is what you're talking about. How can I do this quickly? Whatever.
2 a.m. morning, by the way.
Yeah. I definitely have to not go till 3 today. Because I got things I need to do tomorrow.
I got 12 things on a to-do list for you right here.
I know, right? You're like, you got things you got to do. Yeah. Right. So, okay. So you're trying to, hold on, let's quick save. I will just show you this. Yes. And it will work perfectly with micropoly. All you have to do is take your 2mm square and use that as the trimming agent. Hold on. I think we have a copy of, we were talking about her in class. I brought up the catfish, didn't I? In class the other day.
Maybe? Question mark?
Could be.
You know how long class sessions are, man?
Come on, I know you're here. I'll show you what the tile looks like. I have it. I just have to figure out where. Oh, there's Napoleon. I knew he was here somewhere. All right, damn it. Catfish.
I think you're on the right track because they said yes, the catfish.
Boop. SSD torture box. Catfish. Oh, wait, what happened there? Yep, hold on. Come on, catfish. You can do it. Oh my god, what did we try to get you to do that you're freaking... Oh, did I just kill ZBrush? Oh no, there's catfish. Where's the scale? Come on. You have to be here because... Catfish can't be catfish without the scale. Different model, maybe? Stop it. All right, let's see. Okay, here's my base body. See, she has her scales on there somewhere. See, that's the old scale tile, actually. But you can see here, I don't know where the flat one is right now. But you can see, really? Oh my God, you're making me crazy. This is the repeat. So that's how I worked out the scales, right? You can see that's the division line, and this one has a hump in the thing. This isn't the best. This is an early version of it, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, oh, well, wait a minute. This says active poly 225. I know I have more polygons than that in that bad boy. Hold on. Geometry. Well, there's my scale.
Yeah, it's just in a different tool.
Yeah, it's roaming, ZBrush stated, decimation scale offset 2. Okay, so user Tomas app data roaming, Z plugin data, decimation master data. Oh, are you decimating your models? Why mine have high resolution, but it has low geometry is because of decimation master. Does that make sense? Is that what you're asking?
I assumed something different, but that might be it.
Oh yeah, I don't know nothing about baking anything. I mean, you push bake to get it to become a three-dimensional object, but yeah, I don't really do that. Well, how I do it, I just did it like a here, hold on, let me delete this crap. Add here. Frame. There we go. So I'm going to call this my scale. Divide. Hold on, let's turn smooth off, divide it once. Yep, that's fine. So I'm going to go up here into that 1 million poly range. Turn symmetry on. And I'm just going to do a really quick. Oh, I need to. You're ridiculous.
While you're doing that, do you know what the difference is between decimating and tessimating?
Yeah, decimating removes geometry, tessimating adds geometry. So if I'm decimating, I'm making this mesh smaller. Tessimating makes it bigger. So if, I'll show you in a second. Ooh. Turn infinite off. Yeah, I don't really go to video games and stuff. I go to manufacturing. So I kind of have a different process than a lot of people you're going to run into, I think. All right, so we have our model. I am going to decimate this down to 35,000. Oh. All right, so what does that tell me we need to do? Rotate that. Now these are not going to be perfectly matched up because I'm not really measuring here. But I think it was from center to center, top to top. Yeah, so I need one more. And like I said, we're going to have a little bit of misalignment here. Append my cube. And that needs to be sliders to subtool. Okay, so I need this to be 2. What are you doing? Oh. That really is annoying. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, no, it was one more, wasn't it? So when you place these in, you want to make sure that they're hitting the right sides, right? You know, since you've mirrored your scales, center to center should be good. And then I didn't put a halfway mark on these, but if you have a true halfway mark there, which actually is going to be here, that's going to touch the front there, and then it needs to, see, I don't have my marker for my overlap here, so I'm not exactly sure what that's going to be. Squeeze it in. And then if you split it in half, right, you get, hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Where are you? Dip. Slice rectangle. Come on, you. Nope, that's select rectangle. Escape. Damn it. Stop it. Slice rectangle, that's what we're looking for. So if you come in, turn this on, turn these lines off. Nope, that's a mask. Where's my slice? Boop. 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 Let's hide this for a second, and we need you. Okay. Hide part. Oh, you know what we need to do first. One sec. Sorry. let's go back here. W, remesh by union. So now we take you, flip, hide part, made it a shell. So now, delete hidden. And, come on. Because I don't have my center lines, this isn't really going to work, but you'll get what I'm saying. Trim, rectangle, cube. Yeah, see, I'm one off. Damn it. Sorry. Oh. Split groups.
Once you've got this piece as a successful micropoly and you realize you want to go back and edit it, would you edit the original and then make it a new 2x2, or would you edit the micropoly itself?
I'd probably edit the micropoly. You can see that I had the wrong count. Do you see what I'm saying? I didn't pay attention to my count well. But if you have it where you have your center line going and then you're two off of it, split it, bring it in, and do what you do with a tiling graphic as well. And now these two are going to be the same. If you need them to match up and top, you can split them the center here, flip them, and then you just come in and resculpt your center a little to get it to where you need it. But now these are all exactly relative. Yeah, the sides are open. See, I didn't include, right? See, that's actually, I was off one tile. But here, we can fix this, I think. Let us go. Stop it.
I don't think so.
No. I'd have to wait for it. Group split. So close.
The same thing.
I'm just actually, wait a minute. This flip. This is there. And then that is there, kind of. I don't know. My tile was off. But do you understand how that works? Sorry, I just didn't pay attention close enough to get my tiles centered. I know, right? You know, I really sucked at those little games where you slide them around. I know, I did mess up. I did. It's true. Correct. Yeah. I mean, like you could come in and, sculpt on this. Just mask your edges off and you can sculpt away on the inside. You're fine. I know. It's too late. Can't expect miracles from me. What was that?
Said it's almost 2:30.
Yeah. Hold on. So let's delete. No. Oh. Michael streams this morning, so I can't stream until 4 a.m. is what I just was told.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, no, I don't want to stream no 4:30 today. Let's just make sure that was the time he said. Delete. You get it. I think. Do you get it? Sorry. Oh no, it's all about it. I love ZBrush for manufacturing. It's awesome. It took a lot of years to get it to work, but we're here now, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, Mattel uses it for all their action figures now.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's now a manufacturing tool. It wasn't 16 years ago. I was beating my head against a wall trying to get a model out of this friggin' program. Okay. All right. Well, there it is. Sorry. I have my tiles. You do it just like you do a photo, right? You just cut it in half in both directions and slide. You slide your parts and they work. And it shouldn't even have to be, as long as it's close, you just flip it. I totally had the numbers off. I cut it in the wrong place. No, I don't even hear dirty words like that. No selling to Adobe. Yeah, I'm still working on my ball and socket joints. I've just been trying to get basic videos done recently. We'll get ourselves to the libraries, I promise. Okay. I'm obviously tired. I don't even know what I just did and why it messed up that bad. And I'm sure it was very easy if I just, All right, kind and gentle folk, I'm out. I want to thank everyone at Pixologic for letting me stream, and thank you guys for coming and joining and hanging out. Yeah. I'll see you next week, I guess. Thank you. Bye, Dad. Good night, son. Okay. Have a good one, guys. Now I got to figure out how to turn this off so Kyle can actually change over and go to bed tonight. Poor guy. Okay.